All right, welcome to the Matrix Breakers Unfiltered podcast, episode 28. First up, we have No Secrets Vault, world's largest Navy ship, HMS Warrior full tour. Here we go.
Well, I'm down here in Portsmouth and it's bloody windy, so I've got my radio mic on. I forgot my ticket, so we're going to see whether they can look me up on the system.
Yeah, does that fold up? It does. Yeah, okay. So mine folds
I got a new ticket. Excellent. Don't try that as a blag because they have actually got my details on the system. So, yeah, but look where we are, folks. Look at that, HMS Warrior. That is a beast. I'm going to secrete my ticket in my wallet, so forgive me for a second whilst I do this. Otherwise, I'm going to be stuffed. And they say it overrides any other tickets I've got, so or at least I know if I forget my ticket and I'm down here, this is not going in my wallet very well. At least I know that I'm covered. Woo, look at this, folks. Look at this. Oh yeah, it's a beast. Beast, look. Historic dockyard. Boathouse 4. Wow. This is massive. It's absolutely massive. Wow. Oh, do I have to show him my ticket? Do you need... you need my ticket. I should have put it back in my wallet, should I?
Have you been on before?
I haven't, no.
You need to watch your head.
Okay,
You need to watch your step road. Should has this all over the place.
right.
And some of the skills.
Okay. I'm okay, thanks. Thank you very much.
There you go.
Okay, thanks a lot then. Cheers. Bye-bye. No, probably like... Can I interest you in this £15 book? No, not really. Price is steep. It's very steep. Let's just look at the size of the anchors. I mean, come on. I mean, that is mental. Whoa, can you imagine climbing up there? Or even worse, up there. They're even higher. That is pretty mad. Oh, bloody hell. Caution, decks are slippery when wet. Sorry. Right, wow. Pretty impressive stuff, folks. Yeah. The old cannons. God alive. Yeah, Britain really used to rule the waves. You can tell with a ship like this. All this stuff. Friggin' in the rigging, folks. Friggin' in the rigging. Climb up that. Yeah. Oh. Oh, look. Way in. We'll do that in a minute now. Caution. More ways in. Oh, and more ways down. Look at this. You didn't just have one person to operate the rudder. You had to have like 4 people to operate the rudder. Bloody hell. It's absolutely howling with wind down here. No entry. Really? Why? Wow. Look at all these like rail things for the guns. Rails. It's got all different various guns on. Wow. Spotting with rain. And you can see out there the ferry, which has got to come in over there, then zip through. And we've been to the submarine museum, which is over there. You might, I'm not sure whether you can actually see the submarine from here, but it is out there. And Haslar Hospital behind. So, whoa. God alive. This place must have been an absolute bustle of activity when it was going. Jesus. It's huge. There we are. Jordan, shove it up. You'd probably enjoy that. Oof. Picked a windy day for it though. We'll go inside and then it'll be a lot nicer, I'm sure. Right, here we go then. Here we go. Whoa. Rifles. Oh. What I should do is get my torch up, really. Because there's some things I think you're not going to be able to see in here that well. But yeah. Wow. It's quite steep. Oh, look. Wow. No way. No way. Yeah. Oh, she's full of guns in here. Guns and swords as well. I'm going to turn this into low light mode to get a bit more out of it, so here we go. Now it's only 8-bit, but it should be better. Look at that. Look at that posh galley. You can see the light swinging around there.
Yearly pay. Captain got £360
Oh, thanks.
a
Cheers.
year.
Bloody hell. It's a bit posh, this. It's a bit posh. Something that's meant to be used in war. Look at that. Huh. Swing bed. Hopefully, even though it's 30p, I'll have to slow down my panning because it flickers otherwise. But yeah, hopefully you can all see that quite nicely. Whoa, look at all the chains. Chain room. That's bonkers. Oh, the other half live, eh? Bet the rest of the ship isn't as nice as that. We just keep a cannon right next to your bed. More guns. People coming up there. Oh, so they can, if they get boarded, they can. Oh, it's probably just this room is. So this room, and at the end, is kept locked. Stop marauders getting in. Look, they can operate the ship from here, so they don't have to go outside. God, look at these! Look at the cannons everywhere. Bloody hell! It's like a death machine. This. It's a complete death machine. Wow, that's for pushing in the end of the cannon to prime it for loading.
But we've been kind enough, we've gifted them both sides of America, so they can find it out between itself. Something about a war, their little war that's going on at the moment. Something about cotton and slave trade. I wouldn't know. I'm on ship, I keep my head down. Easiest thing to do.
So they all sleep here, right next to the cannons. Everyone sleeps in this area.
They're only men per mess. So I'll use mess out of 28's mess as an example. Won't upset the Dominoes. I know Jenkins and Smith planned those earlier. That is your rum rations for 8 men.
Rum rations, yeah. Wow. Look at this. So you put these sticks in to turn that. Different levels of the ship. This is an amazing bit of kit, folks. Absolutely stunning. Make your knots. There's the cannonballs. Probably the gunpowder in front of it. Oh look, a table for eating food. Oh look, and another table here. So they all have their own tables. This is where they would have made the food. And it's kept well locked from the blokes who would probably be stealing it otherwise. Wow. Oh look, have your own little swords, look. you can see the front of the ship there. That goes down a way. Bloody hell. That goes down another 2 floors, maybe more. There's just cannonballs everywhere. Dehumidifier, more guns. Bloody hell, they've got a lot of guns in here. It's the anchor chains. Here we go, semaphore. Semaphore. And that's where your post goes in at the front of the ship. So watch your head. Oh, you can go down here, can you? Should we go down? Oh. Please tell me we can go forward from here. It's not just a blocked off room. Oh, look. Fire. Oh, good. Good, good, good. Whatever that is, it's a replica of the propeller system with clutch. Well, they don't want to do that. Somebody will take your prop shaft. Is that actually? No. Nice. Looked real then. Plastic. Looked like it had tea in it. Oh, that's the gunner. Yeah. And then you can go up there. Back up. We've got the boatswain and the carpenter. But they've actually got a lot of depth here into the rooms. So they are, you know, but at least they've got their own cabins. But then you can't get any further forward, so you've got to go up. It's all wooden cladding. Just goes off a long way. Another way down. It's like people's lockers of their personal gear. And this big funnel, I suppose. Must be a funnel from the engine rooms downstairs. That looks like it's probably for fire suppression because it's got a handle on it so you can turn it to pump the old water. And another one there. Thank you. Oh yeah. Interesting. This is where they wash their clothes. So you have a handle there and you put it through the gurney. Oh yeah, look. It's all their washing bowls. And bath. Possibly used also for the washing clothes. Yeah, a slightly more posh bath. And look down. There's the engines. There's just a lot of empty space. I suppose this would have been filled up with supplies and stores because there's no reason they would leave it this empty. Oh, right. Oh. So why have they got the old bars? Oh. It's the sale room with a sewing machine. Why have they got these little glass things here? Weird. Oh, prison rooms. Prison rooms, so they'd light the room through there. There we go. And you'd have your little lights through a bit of glass. So that is the brig. All right, it goes back further into the ship. Little trap doors. Seems to be a lack of 2-year-olds in here, which is good. So that's a big cog. Really big.
I think you mean straight top, not straight top. Careful. Oh yeah, it is a diving suit. I thought it was like torture device. Torture device? Yeah. Like straight top, side torture devices.
Yeah. It's a lift for the weapons. More of these rooms. Ah, that's how you get down. So we'll go all the way to the back and then we'll go down and have a look. It's a music room. Trombones, trumpets. Yeah. Wow. Now they've got wheels in here, but they're slightly posher with copper on them. Oatmeal and flour. Stores room of some description. So, special issues. You wouldn't get them every day, but yeah. It's weird. It's like they issue the stuff direct. Strange. So the back of the ship seems to be the more posh quarters. So the back of the ship would be for officers, and obviously the captain. Probably because at the back of the ship you don't get the smashing up and down so much because the back of the boat normally sits in the water better. So gun room, pantry. Gunroom pantry. Wow. The posher end look, you know, the nice glasses and nice plates.
Classroom,
No. Commander has accommodation up above, but eats down here. Yeah. So master and commander, but they eat here. Captain, accommodation and eats up there. Thank you.
Last time also lady cannot go on the ship.
No, madam. We are here today because of Round Britain tour in 1863. So, and then they allowed ladies on board.
If
just
not,
to visit.
they say it's a curse, right? Like
Well, there's rubbish. So the officers said that to scare the men, to not bring, not like me, ladies of the night, prostitutes.
I
yes.
see.
Thank you. Quite all right.
But Vietnam movie, you be dressed like that, very difficult to move around, go to washroom.
Indeed. But careful, have to be careful. Careful on the stairs, yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
He's got his sextant there. Jordan, have you got your sextant? Quite big cabins, really. What's in these then? Bowls. But bowls of what? All right, here we go.
I'm sorry.
Hi, no problem, thanks. It's got red floors down here. Handling room. Keep food stored in sacks. Smell the oil down here. It's the engine room, folks. Wow. Big old equipment in here. Big pipes. So there's your steam regulators. Although I do get the impression, call me old-fashioned, but I don't think you're going to be getting that past there. So, Ooh. So you can go further down. I'll just show you this though. Just nice. And a bloody big whistle. Wow, you get down into the engine room. God alive, there's piston levers and things there. It's like absolutely massive. Thanks. Smell the oil. Wow. Look at this. It's like something out of a sci-fi episode. Wow. It's all the boilers. So guys down here just chucking coal, chucking coal, chucking coal. Look how many there are. All the way down this side. All the way down that side. Get your coal from there. Wow, look. They'd put the coal in this and they'd have a lever, like a pulley, so they could pull the coal up and down this thing here. So. Hi there. Not too bad in yourself?
Yeah, doing well.
Good.
Any questions about the stokehold? Anything I can help with, sir?
No, it's impressive looking. I can imagine it got hot in this room.
It's not bad. It's about 40 Celsius.
Oh, so quite tropical then. Yeah.
It's when you're climbing inside, that's when it's warm.
Oh, right.
It'll be about 50 to 55 when you get inside, sir.
Yeah. So they would have to clean the stuff out, so they'd have to...
We are a saltwater system.
Yeah.
So we do have the salt and the rust getting inside. So what we tend to do is full water system, every 2 months, 2 up, 2 down. When we drop them, we can then get inside, scrape out the salt and the rust for cleanliness. And maintenance of the girls. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why we hold 10 boilers. So we can have 4 and then just rotate through.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, my engine bay usually sits about 30 to 35 anyway, so it's not like we're working in much better conditions. We also have a lot more steam runoff. So obviously our area is generally a lot more humid down here. There's still quite a lot of steam down here, but yeah, our area is more humid.
Yeah.
Whereas they get the pure heat. Yeah.
Right. And how many people would you have had on board the ship in total?
The full company at the moment is 705. 705. But you remember it does ebb and flow with death, sickness, men finishing contracts. So yeah, there's 705 currently.
Wow.
That'd be about 17 commissioned officers, so your captain, your lieutenants, the paymaster, the chaplain, the surgeon, etc. We also then hold about 20 midshipmen, which is young gentlemen learning how to be an officer, sub-lieutenants. We would hold 120 Royal Marine artillerymen, 40 Royal Marine light infantrymen, 420 seamen, about 13 engineers, 60 stokers, 6 drummers, 9 leading stokers, and then we have the idlers on top of that as well. So.
Got it down to pat. Thanks. Oh, very nice. Right. Well, we'll just carry on walking and filming then. Thanks a lot. Cheers. It's a nice touch having the chap there to give you the rundown. You're not allowed in this bit, sadly. Let's see if we can see anything off the edge. Yeah. Wow. So these are the what do they call these things? Is the flywheel? The flywheel. Can you see it? Can you see it in there? Big old flywheels. That would be the pistons there in this section. Wow. That is impressive stuff. Bit of a beast. Right. I guess the coal must have been kept in the bottom bit of the ship then, because you can't go down there, so it's probably just dead space. Like machine shop, lathes.
I'm not sure it works that way. The divers are paid an extra penny every day. You see the large box on the side? That is where the air will be pumped by those above ground. We have about 360 of those musket rifles aboard. So the army have 3-man rifles. So they have 1, 2, 3. Their rifles will be about up to there. But we're aboard a warship where headroom is a luxury. Because of that, we have a specially designed 2-band musket rifle. It's smooth bore in the very top of the gun, but from there down, it is rifled, so it's exceptionally accurate. The Royal Marines are accurate to 700 yards. It's effective to 1,000 yards. Go back 20 years, you'd be lucky if you hit 65 yards. Down below there, as you can see, we have our ammunition blocker. We do not need anything like that amount of ammunition aboard. The Armstrong guns, after 4 or 5 shots, overheat. So much so that the breech plate will swell shut. It'll take between 5 and 12 hours for them to cool down enough that we could fire another round. And as you can see just behind you, this is called the cable tier flat because this is where the anchor cable goes. 200 tons of anchor cable in all. Each link weighs 40 pounds. In French units, that's about 21 kilo. Each link. Through here, that's then the raw marines flat. So,
Well, there you go, folks. That is a man that actually knows something about things rather than listening to me pontificating. But yeah, I think I've pretty much seen what I need to see. Oh, there's the front of the boat, isn't there? Because we went up the back, we didn't go up the front. So we got up top, and then it's quite a distance down there. It's amazing, the distance. That is impressive.
Take the feather, put the feather on, fine bit of gunpowder. Look here, that's what's going to be your fuse. Now the bit you've all been waiting for, I need my first volunteer.
Right, who's going first? Oh, go on, girls. It's not going to do anything to you. Right, come on, who's going to do it? You. Well, no, because then we can't all have it. So if you...
Come on, girls. So I'm going to go to probably 2 now. You're one of the crew members now. Right, so I'll take this charge, which is a little bit of mercury and a little bit of gunpowder. You're going to take this for me.
Do you mind being in a picture?
I don't mind.
Oh, you're all right, hold it. Nothing's going to happen
No,
to
it's
you.
going to happen. Right, so go. Makes a little bit of a sound.
Not a big one.
Not a big one. Go over there.
Did the song?
Yeah, little sound, yeah.
All right, then.
Whoa! Boom. Right, I'm going to give you 2 instructions. When I say ready, you say ready back. When I say fire, you pull this as hard as you can. We'll practice, but don't pull it yet. Ready?
Can I take the video?
And then you pull. So, ready?
Fire!
Fire! Boom!
We got them.
You just take the station now. There's no trains running. And you did the right thing there. You actually got your legs apart. You do not. When you do, you stand with your legs apart, bend your knees, but that's not too bad. And normally you have your arm and hand against it, and you kind of come down. You have to bend your knees and do all of that because it's to do noise and air pressure. If you don't have your mouth open, you just have to clench your teeth, that's fine, but your jaw is going to...
Really? Is it a lot louder than that, I assume?
Sorry, I can't hear what you're saying. Yeah, your jaw and your teeth will be ripped out, and it's all, again, the opening and everything does protect us, but again, it's all to do with air pressure. I've seen men with ruptured lungs, perforated eardrums, yeah, not nice at all.
It's really good, actually. They've got these people doing the acting part. All right. Oh, sorry.
That's all right. Thank you.
No worries. Oh, and another one.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Cheers, thank you.
Cheers. Back in the wind then, folks. Right, I can go back on to 60p now. Well, we're back in 60p luxury. Oh, hello. Let's have a look at the old Brittany rust bucket. It's a Brittany rust bucket, right. Ming in. Ming in. And now, is it Brittany or P&O? It's all like Malaysian bloody workers on there. Unbelievable. They're all sacked their British workforce, or their French workforce, and they went, nah, we can get cheaper people from overseas. Screw you. Well, people should boycott those companies, really, for doing that. Not looking after your own people. What the hell? Yeah. So here we've got those steam chimneys. And these are probably heating vents. It might be air in, but I think a lot of these used to actually put stuff out as well. So you might have had in and out. And there's another chimney. But look at that, folks. Unbelievable. Somebody would have to climb up the top of that and work. Be up there keeping a lookout for other ships. Shout down if they see anything. Portable gun. It's just about starting to rain, so I think I'm nearing the end of my filming. But I'm going to have to put this camera away if it starts to rain, so we will be ending this one soon. Oh, here comes the rain. Here it comes. And that was the tip of the ship that we saw going down into the front. And we saw that metal pipe and then going up. Yeah. And you'd literally have guys up there on that netting. You know, when they'd be going whoosh, whoosh into the sea, they'd be up there. Don't know why they'd want to do that, but I'm sure there's a reason. Right, wow. Facing back into the rain now, folks, to protect the camera a bit. Well, I'm going to put the camera away, so I'll just shelter under here. So, well, thanks, folks. Thanks for coming with us. That was interesting. Liked the actors. That was a nice touch. Yeah, that kind of does make it worth the while, really, for the ticket prices. They're making a bit more effort, and this is definitely a lot more impressive than you get in some museums. So yeah, not bad. 44 quid to see everything in the dock, which is the submarine museum where they have a real submarine. These big ships, the Mary Rose, a few other things. Yeah, so you know, starting to look like better value the more you use, but you know, it's probably something you couldn't do everything in one day. That's probably why you want to have the flexible ticket where you can come back in within 12 months and finish off what you didn't see before, or give your ticket to somebody else. Don't say that. Yeah. Anyway, thanks for watching. We'll catch you in a bit. Cheerio. It is blowing a bloody hoolie. Blowing a hoolie. So, but there it is. And HMS Warrior was the largest warship of its class in the world. So there we go, folks. Oh. So how'd you get in here then? Water bus harbour tours. So how'd you... Harbour tours. No. So there's no water bus today because it's too... Oh, God. So you've got to come up here. Oh, it's in through the side. There we are. Apparently they've got toilets up here, which I am looking forward to. Getting well acquainted with those. I haven't got too long to explore in here, though. Oh, yeah. Are you actually closing at 4? Or is it last entry at 4? Yes. Look at this now. I've been bloody recognised. Hello, sir. How are you doing? Or should I salute,
Matt,
sir?
nice
Yeah.
to meet you. Sir.
Hello.
I've seen many of your videos in
Yes.
the local area.
Yeah.
and I've been a fan, as has my wife,
Oh,
for a long time.
I'm glad he said that, as I was going to say, and I need to give you a bollocking now because you're very naughty.
And she will be most pleased that I've appeared on this video.
Great.
Is it going on YouTube?
Yeah.
Jolly good.
Yeah,
Nice to see you, Matt.
with permission, you see, folks.
We close at 4:30.
Thank you.
And you are welcome to video at your leisure.
Oh, great. Look, somebody who actually appreciates what I do. Here we are. God, no. Yeah, I've got a card there, look.
We watch them all, Matt.
Yeah, great.
Anybody that you've ever appeared with on YouTube, we watch them all.
Excellent. So you're from the area? I'll turn this off for a minute so we can have a nice casual chat. So.
No, it's not me, is it?
That's which is your favourite exploring channel?
More controversial than the Bearded Explorer, shall we say? Go on, say it.
Secret Vault.
There he is.
Hello.
Hello.
Apparently you watch all my videos.
Yes.
Yeah? Well, now you're going to be in one of them. Nice to see you.
All right.
Wow.
You what, sorry?
I said I'm actually a member as well.
A member as
Oh, you're a member? Oh, my God. Well, there you go. Well, next time we come down to Portsmouth, we'll have to let you know. If you email me, I'll let you know when I'm next coming down. And because I've got to come back to this place a few times because I'm not going to finish it all in one day.
All right.
And you can meet up. It is big, actually, yeah. I was surprised about HMS Warrior. That was like, yeah, something else. Yeah. Well, nice to meet you. What's the name? I'll cut this bit out of the video if you want, but what's the name that you remember under?
Pardon?
What? What?
Carol.
All right. I'll try and remember that.
All right. I'll see you in a little while.
Yeah.
All right then.
Send us an email, and if you send us your address, I'll post you some stickers. I'll do that for everybody, but I don't remember sending you any.
No.
No. So I'll send you some along.
All right then.
Yeah.
Okay, cheers.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye then. Bye. Bye.
Keep being naughty. Yeah. Great.
Anyway.
That'll make a day, isn't it?
Then?
All right. Up now is my lunch break. Ancient Pasadena. They should not have emailed me back. Episode 33. Here we go. Let's get to it.
To see what we found? Welcome to episode 33 of my lunch break. I hope you're all having a great day, and if you're new, welcome. And I want to thank all of our sponsors over on Patreon. Thank you to FlatEarthDave.com. You can check out his app. I'll put the link in the description, and you can use my referral code, MLB. The app is awesome. It shows a lot of videos that are really hard to find. They've got them all in great playlists. He also has my lunch break on the homeschool section of the app, which is really cool. Thank you for that. Thank you to Maddie Kevs, Rebecca K, Michael Hastings, Jason Brunson, Millicent, Christopher Arietta, Don Gaston, and Victor Perez. You guys are all awesome and helping this channel out a lot. And for $19.99 a month, you can also be a sponsor of this channel. I'll put that link right in the description below. Thank you. I have an email that you're going to want to see later in this episode that will give us all 100% proof that these buildings are much older than we're told, and that the millions of people that are researching this topic of the old world are not wrong. I've been looking into Pasadena for a few years now and saw that they have the Rose Bowl Stadium. It was built in 1922, and I started to zoom out on it on Google Earth and saw that there's a huge golf course right next to the stadium. Now, there's a lot of evidence circulating that there are specific golf courses and hotels around the world that are covering the old world's remains. I wouldn't be shocked at all if this area was all old world buildings and completely wiped out and buried. And we now have a golf course sitting on this strange cutout land. The reason I say that is because there are so many old world buildings around this area, and the overall shape of this golf course looks so odd, as if they needed to cover something massive. It was clearly not a massive golf course and a famous stadium to distract people to begin with. The roads were not built around the golf course. The golf course was put into the layout of these roads. A normal golf course has 18 holes. The Brookside Golf Course in Pasadena, California has 36 holes. But of course, this is not your normal golf course. Both the Rose Bowl Stadium and the Brookside Golf Course are owned by the city of Pasadena. This golf course was built in 1928, and the Rose Bowl was built in 1922. So within 6 years, this area of land was covered up. Now, let's begin to show why I'm suspicious of this area. The city of Pasadena is filled with old world buildings, but what could have been here is what I will never stop thinking about. If they allowed this city hall to survive, what could have been here in this location of this massive golf course? Now, let's check out the city hall. When I walked up to it, I couldn't believe how big it was. We have pillars hundreds of feet in the air. They tell us that this was completed in 1927, with a population of about 40,000 people. It's time to construct a massive city hall. One that we definitely don't construct today in 2023. But 100 years ago, this was of course standard procedure to make buildings that blow your mind. Now, I'm not even going to hold back what we're doing today. Right across the street, probably 30 feet away, we have the All Saints Episcopal Church. And this thing is what gives all of this away from me, that these buildings are much older than they tell us. This church was founded in 1882 with a population of around 4,000 people in Pasadena, and half of them being children. They were able to construct this, and it just so happens that the city hall is 30 feet away, right in the backyard. Then we can go right over to the Library of Pasadena, where they have some of the most incredible stonework right on the front wall of the entrance. Why is there ancient architecture in Southern California? And why were they building massive public libraries like this in 1882, the exact same year that the All Saints Episcopal Church was founded in? I'm saying founded, but at this point in the research, it was found and repurposed. I just want to clear that up really quick. So we have, let's say, around 1,000 people living here in Pasadena that are able to actually work and construct buildings. How many of them are trained to construct like this? Probably zero. But does that matter to the mainstream narrative? Of course not. So I say around 1,000 people because we have like 4,000 people living here in 1882. Half of them are children. So that brings it down to a 2,000. Then there are people 65 and older. Not saying they can't do it. I'm just saying they may not want to get up on the roof in the 1800s. So we're sitting at around 1,000 people that could have been eligible to possibly construct this thing in this town. 4,000 people do not need this. So that gives it away right there. But let's continue and drive it home even further. Remember, we are told that they were building multiple structures in 1882, and we have proved this. So did 500 of them work on one building and 500 of them worked on the other building? And were they all the most incredible construction workers of all time? Is it possible that this is an old world library that was found on December 26th in 1882? Is that possible? I believe it was found. Can we stop for a second and just look at what we're being told? They aren't even giving us construction dates. This isn't 600 years ago. So there isn't any excuse for this. They're just saying they found this building in 1882. Not construction began on this date and ended on this date. None of that. This isn't the only building in the world right here that this has happened to either. We have proven this over and over and over. And if I told you that my house was found in 1882, would you believe me? No, of course not. And you shouldn't. You should always ask questions. You should ask, where did I get the materials? Which construction company did I use? How long did it take me to get the permits? Did you use the taxpayers' money to build it? How many horses did I use to move all these materials? And from where? And why did I need a house that has 18 bedrooms when you're the only one living in the house? Which construction company was making these incredible buildings at the same time? Who trained these workers? Which school did they go to? If you've been here before and seen my previous episodes, here we go. The All Saints Episcopal Church, located in Pasadena, California, has a parish hall. This parish hall suffered extensive damage during 2 separate fires in the exact same year of 1976. 2 fires in the same year? Yeah, this is normal. No, it isn't. A clear attempt to destroy the previous civilization's construction, clearly failing. But the fire addition to the story is key. Whether it happened or not, in this case, I would say that it did. But again, it is a fire story. The fire gives it away. When they say that a fire happened 100 years ago, I'm a little skeptical if it actually happened, and that they just throw that in there as code, that this is a building from the past. As for a fire that happened relatively recent, I would say it's also code, but an attempt to destroy the actual building and collect the insurance check. It's better than hiring a bulldozer or a wrecking ball, and then no one ever questions it ever again. They can say that it was a faulty electrical switch, and that's the end of the old world building. Now back over to the Pasadena City Hall. So this place was supposedly cracking and needs to be fixed up in 2004. So they had a group come in and fix it up a little to protect it from earthquakes, which is great. But can we just stop and think for a second? The City Hall has been here for a long time. In my opinion, hundreds of years. California has earthquakes all the time. The building was doing just fine for decades, if not centuries. Did it really need a repair? Or did they want to get rid of something? Now here, this group did the repairs, and they get an award, a golden ticket. Do you normally get golden tickets for renovating a random building from 1927? I think we all know deep down that this thing wasn't really built in 1927. We all know this thing has a deeper history, and you can feel it just by looking at it. And that's why our research is so important. We know that it has a deeper history, and we are taking it a step further. We're investigating and proving that these buildings are from a past civilization that was extremely powerful in every country, with technology that clearly surpasses what we are capable of today. We're giving these buildings the recognition that they deserve. We don't just walk past these buildings. So they tell us that this City Hall was designed by Bakewell and Brown. And if we click on this group, it'll for sure give us a few other buildings that are from the old world. They always use a group like this to explain away like 5 or 10 old world buildings. Here we have the San Francisco City Hall, completed in 1916, of course. Very simple construction in 1916. Just draw it up on a piece of paper in the early 1900s and it'll be right over here forever. Unlike anything we ever do today. This had to have taken 20 to 30 years to build, especially in a time where people were using basic tools that we would laugh at today. What? Wait, this only took 3 years to complete from start to finish? Starting in 1913 and finished right up 3 years later in 1916. This is amazing stuff, especially when he had 2 other projects going on at the same exact time. This is insane. I think if I went back to college history class today, it would be comedy hour. Did they think we were never going to find this information? Are you all ready to have some fun? The emails that I mentioned earlier, there are 2. The first one is awesome. The second one should open some eyes. Here we go. So I couldn't find any information on these 2 buildings on the internet, the First Church of Christ Science and the First United Methodist Church of Pasadena. So I emailed them both directly, and what they replied back to me blew my mind. We will start with the email that I sent to the First Church of Christ Science. I asked 3 questions to both places. First, I wanted to know the years of construction. The second question was, which construction company did they use? And the third question I had was, who was the architect? Basic questions for an incredible construction process that was supposedly not that long ago. Are you ready for their answers? This incredible church was constructed in 1 year, from 1909 to 1910. By the incredible Ingstrom Construction Company. The architect was Franklin Burnham. It was built in a single concrete pour. Are you kidding me? Even the individual who messaged me back was surprised, as they replied, quite the feat in 1910. They even sent us a construction photo. The only problem with the construction photo is that it was already constructed and completed. Kind of a major issue for a construction photo, but I do appreciate them trying. After thousands of hours of research, and everything that has been shared with me over the years, this thing was already there. Nobody in 1909 or 1910 built this thing. Now let's go to the second email I sent. And this one was sent over to the First United Methodist Church of Pasadena. And remember, these buildings are all in Pasadena, California. They're not thousands of miles away from each other. They're all right next to each other, on the same exact block. I gave them the exact 3 questions. And this one justified everything I've ever said throughout all of my episodes. Are you ready? They replied that this building was also built in 1 year, from 1923 to 1924. They do give us an architect of Thomas Barber, and here it is, and I quote, I am uncertain which construction company built the church. The church itself doesn't know who built it. They don't know how it got here. This is as clear as it gets, that these buildings are from the old world. I am uncertain who built this, 99 years ago? This is not 400 years ago. I believe that we have just found possibly the biggest bombshell exposure on this topic so far, or at least right up there. The church has no idea who built their own building? This is incredible stuff. Groundbreaking, to say the least. This is no longer some crazy theory. This is hard proof that we are correct. This is legitimate evidence that these places are built by a past civilization. I believe that these other construction companies and architects that we are given are characters. They're make-believe. They're front people for a much deeper and much more incredible historical story. A hidden past, possibly our hidden past, one that we deserve to know about, since this is our home. We live here, and we deserve to know the truth about where we are and what has happened here before us. This trip to Pasadena was incredible. I loved walking around checking out all these buildings. It's one thing to see them on Google Earth, but standing there in front of them is just incredible. You honestly can feel a cool energy just standing there next to these places. Even the people that I brought with me said the same thing. The perfection that they used to build with is something that gives us insight to the past civilization and what they could have been capable of. I think that they had incredible natural healing powers. They cared about their buildings, their communities, their people. Something that we haven't been given in our lifetimes. In my opinion, this is all changing in a positive way for us. We are taking back this knowledge, learning about these kinds of things, sharing valuable information again with each other, with a click of a button, all over the world. Something that we haven't been able to do for decades. Until now. Don't forget that there are a bunch of brand new t-shirts. You can find that right below this video. Every purchase really helps support the channel and goes towards more boots on the ground work. Liking this video and commenting helps to share this video with new people, as well as when you subscribe to the channel. I couldn't be more thankful for all the support you guys give. Our Twitter account is up and running, and we are over on Rumble as well. Both of those links will be in the description below. If you have anything to add, or any thoughts on the video, or have any ideas for future videos, just put that in the comments below. Thank you all for your support, and I hope you all have a great day. I will be back very soon with much more. See ya.
Don't trust what you see. Don't listen to your senses. Trust what you are told.
All right. Up now is The Last Nazi Secret, Project Riza, Rugger, the ME-262, Factory Underground Appendix 3. Here we go.
Are located in the mountains near or in the old German town of Waldenburg, now in Poland, Walbruch. It's also here that Castle Fürstenstein is located, also the castle that was taken over by the Todt organization who eventually ran Project Riza lies here. And the Riza locations run, as on a rough string, from this location. This city is far more interesting than we initially thought. During the war, a vast amount of industry and research was moved here as it was safe from bombing and far from Russian lines, initially. After the war, the Russian nuclear scientist Frelov later described the Polish historians he had interrogated a German scientist working for the German Postal Service nuclear program here. And he described how he had installed a second cyclotron in a specially adapted mine in Waldenburg. It was run by the SS with special access controls. Metal cards were used nearby at the factory of Huta Florian, so technology was bought by the IBM before the war and used by the Germans at the time. So it's likely this was also the case here. And a highly sophisticated network of communications was supposedly installed here also, including television phones with connection all the way to Berlin, something that did exist in Germany from 1938, but it was of course extremely rare. Thomas suspects the mine with the nuclear lab was located to be under the park of Gora Pakova in this city today. One of the many factories here were the Wurstengierstoff, where prisoners from many different countries were housed and worked in what was previously a textile mill. Last year I was trying unsuccessfully to locate the factory's underground tunnels. They supposedly produced parts for Me-262s here, amongst other things. Now, a Polish military prisoner of war, Tatsu Modecki, he was sent here to work as a technical expert, and shortly after the war, he gave the first of what was many interviews that always remained the same. He worked in huge underground tunnels of at least 3 levels, possibly 5 deep. He states, labyrinth of corridors arranged over a dozen or even several dozen kilometers, connected with each horizontally or vertically. The construction was on 3 levels. He does not exclude the existence of 5 floors. He is not sure, however, because he only worked on 3 levels. He had heard about the others in his conversations with fellow prisoners. About 500 meters from the main entrance on the 3rd level, there was an audit carved into the rock, 50 meters long and 10 meters wide. Here the Germans assembled lathe, milling machines, mag gear grinders, and other machines. The hull also had 6 powerful nozzles for drawing and forcing water. According to him, the mysterious bunkers in the underground were to be used for testing of new weapons. He installed heating installations in one of them. He says the bunker has up to 3-meter thick walls, an area of several square meters, a ceiling of up to 7 meters. Entrance to the bunker was protected by double iron doors, and the insides were all made of cement. He did not even think the most powerful blast could break such a laboratory. The bunker was equipped with an unknown apparatus. Such rooms were located on each floors. In one of them, during his stay in the dungeons, tests with the new warheads for V-1s and V-2 missiles were used to be carried out. The Germans themselves talked about it. So besides the jets that were initially made here in the area, we also had helicopter plants, rocket testing stations, and under the code name Rudiger, a large part of German special armaments industry was established here. And given the different witnesses of the large underground installation, it begins to look a lot like all the components for specialty weapons were developed here. And it all sounds very much like the site of Jonastal, where the same underground have been seen, and aeronautical factories were also located here. In both places, most documentation had been classified or just disappeared, like most evidence of the enormous construction projects with over 30,000 prisoners working for them.
Some of the old buildings are still here, the old factory buildings, but they've all been renovated. It's hard to tell what's inside, but it is definite. There are no more parts of Me-262s or their machinery. That all went to the Russians so they could build newer and better airplanes themselves.
When you see how far down this old fence had extended, there might be something to it. And this may have been one of the old buildings. You see fencing like this, gates. It all looks the way it was supposed to. See buildings like these were occupied and used by the Germans at that time.
This morning I set out to drive through the beautiful Polish countryside because I wanted to show you some of the locations of the labor camps, some of the sites where they worked, and honestly, there's a relation between most of them are gone. Jonastal, there's nothing there but a field. They were all under here, Kamla. A field there. Kamla was apparently here. Half of a and they were producing in somebody's backyard. They were building something. There's so few reminders left very large, place here. And underground, and it was completed. Information. Jonastal, I'm standing on the factory floor installing sinks and radiators. One of the Me-262. Same thing here, the recent production halls. Radiators are one of the last things you start installing.
Way of
and apparently with the power
laying a foundation of cement or a road.
Something was operating.
It could also have been the factory here on the high wall. This be the loading bay. And in the woods not far from here is one of the labor camps.
there's absolutely nothing there either. And this is the site where the old ME262 plant was. We remember over there with that chimney, and this is where the factory floor essentially was. So everything else was support buildings, so you can actually see the remains of the floor here. There's a very large factory right over there that's been torn down. Interesting, on that building I see markers from mining. You do see some cement residue, more foundations, a few slabs of cement with rebar sticking out of it. Not reinforced, just holding it together. More fence poles. But this is what we're actually looking at when we are looking at way too many historical sites. Nothing. See the old factory floor here. Remains of the supporting wall. Wall divider here. See, there's still signs of the red brick. My understanding of why this factory came down had nothing to do with any destruction of history or anything malicious. It simply had become old, not maintained, and unstable, and for safety it had to come down. And I'm sure a number of the bricks went into newer repairs of old homes here. So it's forgivable, but it is still sad that a large factory where a portion of war production was produced is no longer here. So I could show you the production halls and the factories. However, these things happen. Much less forgivable is when it comes to the underground factories, the tunnels, the thousands of meters of cement that are deliberately being kept from us. If more or several of them are highly radioactive, I understand why they're sealed. But the explanation as to why they are seems to be somewhat lacking. A common theme that seems to be happening in 3 different countries is radioactive tunnels. Interesting, isn't it? Considering the story that the Germans were so far behind, yet they left behind so much radiation all over Europe in secret constructed underground factories and tunnels. Doesn't match, does it? No. Still barbed wire hanging from the poles. And this building, looking at the construction, was here at that time. Back out here, this is the fence for the old ME262 plant. I'll literally drive around the area now, and I hear rumors that there were tunnels in there. In fact, one of the guys wrote me that he and his friend have been inside some of these. Of course, there's no one here to show me where they are, but I think it would be an interesting test to try to find out if I could find. Of course, they were not be the tunnels we're looking for. There will only be the utility tunnels for the production facility. There's more water in that than there were last time, but it has been very wet lately. And it's just driving the perimeter of the old plant that was and became a textile firm before and after. And finally see the large chimney, and in there are the bunkers. Oh yeah, that's where the air raid shelters are. I do see the whole fenced off area. You can literally drive around it down to the chimney. And this is a rather significant foundation for the factory. Right above is the last real piece, the chimney.
And yes, of course there are rumors that the chimney is connected to deeper underground facilities, but I can't really get into or under it at this moment.
Well, there's a lot more foundations, walls. Now there was underground tunnels here somewhere. I can't say I have any idea where.
The factory here was partly demolished some years ago. The other part is once again a textile mill, but with a chance of seeing part of the underground, I had to go back here. Officially, it was labeled as an air raid shelter for prisoners, despite the fact that there practically were no air raids here. And with the stories of the huge underground tunnels possibly nearby, I wanted to have a look. And the entrance is not welcoming at all. Those dogs, security, so no footage or video of that. I am sorry.
Okay, give me the camera, please. Okay, I have it. Best. Every time I agree, even idiot. So, and some bricks. But this will do it after a while. Yeah, before too much back in the shelter.
Definitely after a while.
Aircraft shelter, okay. Aircraft shelter.
So this is the tunnel under the MA262 plant? Or what was this a tunnel for?
I don't know.
Okay, interesting.
They thought that this was a shelter. The reason
I know there was an air raid shelter for the factory.
look, it's secured by wood.
It's going to be whatever it's going to be.
So red bricks.
What's that doing?
Oh, there's some more.
That's what I seem to remember. Sorry guys, I have to look at where I'm going. Just every now and again. Huh. Never seen domes. There we go.
Original
Typical mining clamp.
To secure mining frames.
Framework, yeah. And here you have the domes we know so well. The one above my head?
So it can secure our access to second level.
Yay. Or close.
Because someone will be going back to check this.
Yeah, okay, that's kind of interesting. If this was a tunnel and an area shelter, why are there grooves for small rail?
It's visible.
Yeah.
So it makes sense.
They are. So why was there small? So this is. Well, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. That's the parallel tunnel, and there's the red bricks. X marks the spot down. Did you bring a shovel?
Okay, we can go here at first.
I think this is drier. I don't think it really matters. Well, it's going to be what it's going to be. This way, you think? Alrighty. I love when the people who's been here before us make signs like this without explaining. And that's the parallel way down there.
Check for corridor.
Somebody's been exploring these in a rather significant way. What the hell's that? Oh, I thought it was a green cup. There. I mean, oh, there's wood and red bricks and pieces of all. Hey, look at this roof. Look at the ceiling. There's wood and red bricks and pieces of shit in this. How did they? Why would they mix? Oh, so it's just sticking through. So this is just. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, the red brick ends there. So why is it sticking through there? This is pieces that are mixed in. And then there's a piece of wood dowel there. That's strange. I've never seen. Huh. Regardless if this is a rebuild after the war or whatever.
Why they make this hole and they break to make this hole more deep? Why they stop their work? How you think? Why?
That's cement. Is that
Yes,
rebar?
bricks and cement.
That's
Why they
cement.
stop it? Why the hole is made not more deep? Why? Because maybe something behind. Maybe something is behind. Why they stopped?
Well, it's funny because that looks like bedrock and
Yes.
that looks like cement.
And here is bedrock. So they're thinking this is bedrock behind of cement. It's not necessary to conduct more work.
But that's not necessarily the case.
But if here is very narrow space to go behind this rock, and this rock is not forever, but it's maybe 1 or 3 meters and not more, and
Yeah.
will be next space.
Yeah, because why would you put cement behind this wall if that's all it was?
Or was corridor like this one, but SS man forced personnel, prisoners, with equipment to move big stone, very big piece of rock from that place to here, stand it here,
Yeah,
and make wall.
yeah.
You know,
And then hide
somebody
under.
destroying, see, oh, bedrock, finish.
Yeah.
Maybe same situation is here. Possible. Maybe it's only a big rock.
It's just strange that you have rock be in front of cement. It's actually strange they stopped digging because I find that strange.
From one of underground objects, when there's a big tunnel like in książ, under książ. And this tunnel is straight, and there's some very big rock is left on the middle of this tunnel. Possible way is on the sides.
That's a good way of hiding things.
Everybody, most people who really was, which place they choose?
The middle.
Middle. They drilling, they have bricks, concrete, and then bedrock, finish.
And here you have bedrock behind it again, yeah.
But they don't check it here. The bricks, and the blocks and bricks were made according to information afterward. Maybe in the 60s, maybe in the 70s.
That's where we were before.
Yes.
Well, the strange thing is still, why were the tunnels here? And why did they need to work on them afterwards?
Every time you walk through like this, with concrete or with bricks, another tunnel can be going to the side.
Yeah.
Good camouflage, good mask, effective masking.
Yeah, you see on the wall.
Like chamber of Mr. Weiss.
I mean, he wouldn't have forgotten.
Do you feel airflow? If you walk?
It feels fresh, but yeah, maybe a little air. But there were mini rails here. I don't care what they rebuilt afterwards, there was mini rails coming down this. Because that's clear in the ground. So we can take that as the only thing we know, is that they had a narrow gauge rail system.
Regular, in the normal tunnels, long tunnels, the backgrounds were made of wood. You remember from Wodash. But sometimes we can find made of steel. What is this?
Metal.
What is the difference?
I don't know.
This is only for temporary part only.
Yeah.
When they dig, when they explode, they're using explosions to dig tunnels. In the last part, they were using they were using rails, part of rails maybe 5 meters long, possible to remove before explosion, because they were worried of stones and rocks after explosion, that they can destroy rails.
Yeah.
So rail before was on the wooden, was forever made, but the last part of railway was easy to remove before explosion. You see? Second. On bottom, yes, metal pins for rails. See? One rail, second one rail. 60 centimeters.
Oh, I even seen them in Germany. I found them at Göteborg.
This was nice mineralization.
Okay. So theoretically this could go down. It could be a tunnel that could be collapsed. They could just have not.
This is not nice. Probably this is different. Or maybe nice. It's nice. But it's with red powder. It's on the surface. So iron oxide is present above. What is this? The wood was eaten by bacteria. See? On the core of wood.
That's
middle. Interesting shape.
Very interesting shape.
To aquarium, yes. If you have fish at home, you can use. I like this mineralization.
I've noticed.
But some people coming and they use hammer and they destroy it. They're removing. Was bigger. But you see, here is something. So I don't know what is this. What is this? This here. Something like metal. Something like ore.
Could be a drill bit or a dowel or. Still digging here. They're still working on this because the rails were here, not been removed. Poured cement all over. Had the arches, a little red brick in behind there as well. You can see the whole arch there. See the roof of the arch. Okay. I'll wait. Okay. So they built a little room within the little room.
Apartment with restroom. Or toilet.
Well, if this was a munition, I would say this is where they put the detonators. But
Bedroom.
well, it has a crack in it. Has a couple of cracks in it. And also there's a pipe in it. Where's that thing go? Is that wood or is that? It's wood.
It's wood.
Why is there wood in there, in the wall? And why is the brick, the red brick, double layer? And why is it settling?
It's not made with care.
No, this is put up quickly and unstable to some degree. Probably with newer cement.
Just to do. Just to do.
We could carbon date that. And on top of bricks is cement.
Bricks first. Next, cement.
do it right then. Another dead end. Hmm?
It's metal plate.
No idea. Are there any drill holes, holes for explosives, anything? Or, yeah, there's one there. There's a drill hole.
Unexploded yet. It's not. It's not unexploded.
Or they started drilling, or that looks like some powder could be in there. So this is what it would look like after an explosion before they started drilling up for the next one.
And this plate, just after explosion, was a lot of rocks and stones here. Prisoners were forced to remove all and clean this place completely. And on a clean floor, they were putting metal plates. Why? Because after next explosion, all stones was on metal plates, so
Easier
it
to
was
clean.
easier to clean.
Makes sense.
As well, part of metal part of railway on metal backgrounds. It was here, and cart they remove all the stones from here and rocks, and then.
So they were still working there.
If everything was moved from here, carts were sent from the corridor system, and they exploded again. Removing this demontable part of railway.
But that also means that the main entrance is missing.
Second entrance is in front of you, but is collapsed.
Of course.
Collapsed is very serious. You will see.
Yeah, I can't say.
Last time it was left beer bottle, but probably nobody was so brave to take the bottle. Maybe you will today. If the bottle is still yet, is still here.
It's a serious collapse. So is that a collapse or is that a detonation? Is that a destruction?
Maybe, I don't know what. Maybe natural way or maybe.
That's hard to say.
But look, for what the reason to collapse this part, like the second one was open.
But what's the second? Maybe the second one wasn't open. Maybe it's been opened and rebuilt.
The first was open. You saw.
You mean the one we came in?
Yes.
Okay, there's that part, but it wasn't very open.
Here were corridors on the side. Same like in Wodarz. C-shaped. Maybe forward. They are, see? Sharp.
Yeah.
Blades waiting for us.
With cracks.
It is waiting for somebody.
Sword of Damocles.
But last time was no collapses because if you do it on the floor, if you are fresh, you will see fresh stone and clean roof. Then there's a signal that it was fresh.
Yeah. Interesting.
But now it is not. See, it's vertical. You can clean. You can go. You go. Don't touch anything. Can move your hand.
I'm just worried about anything above my head touching my head.
You see, something is on your side.
Yeah, I knew that was here.
This is next corridor. And this corridor is going this direction. Next is going to the left, going forward and back here. This is
So this is another square.
like a ring. Yes, we saw this.
Yeah, we did.
In Volnash.
Yeah, this definitely came
like
down.
Guarding room, guarding office for guards.
Yeah, this
is version, but this is for guards. But next version is that in this place where was planned to locate diesel engines and power generators. I think so. It's possible.
Oh.
Last time, this was much different. I think so. During 2 years, I was last time maybe 2 years ago here. It was collapsed, and everything is here. It was that time. It was on above my head. See, it's sharp, very sharp.
Yeah, I know.
If
I
the
see
fire
the whole.
Hit
The whole.
head, you will be splitted.
I know.
2 parts or more. Take care of clay. Clay lion is sleep, yes? Sleep?
Slippery.
Slippery.
Yeah.
Sleepy or slippery?
Slippery.
Slippery.
Yes. Slippery when wet.
When wet, yes.
When wet.
When wet. Limestone, yes, limestone is okay, but when it's wet, it's slippery.
Now, one thing I thought was.
Next 20 years and this will be collapsed.
Yeah.
Except parts here, which are with bricks and with cemented roof.
This is a stupid question, but is there any seismic activity in this part of Poland? Do you have earthquakes?
No. No, sometimes more of them also. Not the service. But in my city, if you're here, you look on map. If you take the map and from here you're looking for the Berlin direction, my city is in the middle of distance to Berlin. So I remember the history of my city was one serious earthquake, and city was destroyed.
I'm just saying, since half of the Riese tunnels or the castle tunnels are sealed.
You see, this is original wood barrel. With this is in good condition.
It is.
Hooks like hooks for rail. From this side, that one was lost or were stolen. Stolen, yeah, stolen.
Stolen? Yeah, we can definitely go with stolen. Oh, look at this. Look at the crystals.
What crystal? Crystals?
Shining. Or is this the beginning of...
No, this is not crystal. Maybe...
I mean...
Calc.
Calcium? Yeah,
No,
I
it's
guess.
calc, yes.
Here, with calcium. Well, I guess
Or
it's calcium.
mushroom. Mushroom, probably mushroom.
Glow in the dark mushroom. So the official story is this was built as an air raid shelter for the people who worked at the factory.
Official version.
The official version.
Next background, wood. People coming here, everybody wants to steal something.
Yeah.
People steal driveways to build buildings. Do you want this one? Next time somebody will take it.
No, you know what? I try not to disturb things. I love I leave that to other people with bad conscience. You know the rule, we leave things the way we find them. Unless it's a tiger tank, in which case we steal it wholeheartedly. If we can.
All, complete.
Completely, we will completely wheel it out in the middle of the night.
Then we sell and we get a couple $1,000,000.
No, we're going to restore it and drive it around town. Well, first. Well, we can sell it.
It is here in the vicinity is one, and Schwadnitz direction is second one.
Well, if we find a tiger tank, we can sell it, and then we can buy 2 T-34s and a couple of cars, and still have money left over.
Ferrari, Lamborghini.
Oh no, uncomfortable.
Not enough.
Uncomfortable cars.
So one tank is but Tiger tank have Porsche engine.
It does. Maybach engines.
Who is bringing bones here? Stray animals? Fox? Dogs?
Bones?
Bone. It's
Maybe
good
some.
bone,
Yeah.
yes. It is.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past people to have a barbecue in here.
This is bone. Cow bone.
Yeah, I'm just saying they did not wheel carts out of here.
What carts?
Rail carts with stuff.
Where they were? This was open. It collapsing, just collapsed.
I guess.
During last year, after a war, this was open.
Bastards.
Carts were moving
come
from
right here.
here away from corridor. Collapses were later, or maybe people bring this up, but I don't think so. So many they bring.
Wouldn't be surprised.
The same you saw in Jawornik, yes? Take care of your back and head.
Well, I don't need it much.
If you cut your head, the bleeding will be strong. Really? Scalp, yes, not scalp. Scalp is
Oh, I have a lot of scars in there already.
bleeding well. If you cut it.
Hang on.
If you cut it, it's bleeding.
And this is what's outside the gate. It's the other bunker right there. Which is why I think it's strange. Oh well. Don't want to tell you where we are. Because I don't want you to go here. Sorry.
Four huge communication centers were planned here in the area, of which Rudiger should be built in the Fürstenstein Castle and LV 1100 in Niedersalzborn. The completion of Rudiger was set for July 45. The location of the communication centers in the Riese property is still unknown, and it is believed to be in one of the various Riese facilities, Dorfbach, Wolfsberg, or Schöffenhof.
And once again, we have a small tunnel system with 3 tunnels, and you have a little bit of mounting for generators or electricity sitting out there for the, what's it called, the compressors. But it's a small system with a couple of guard towers that probably have moved since the war. Unless the rail will be, why were your guard tower there, there, and there? I think the guard towers moved. Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, petrified bags of cement sitting outside. Don't know if these were original, but pieces of electricity poles, transports, air.
One small temporary communication bunker is believed to be this bunker, built near the Rajeska Tunnel. At the end, 301 kilometers of line were officially laid.
So this is sort of the communications bunker, or this is the hub where the telecommunication was be routed through the Risa, and we're right up the street from one of the tunnels. Is this on private property, or what is this on? This is just put together by craft. Yeah, probably, yeah. And you still see the old fencing, the original fencing from the war. I mean, not the fence, but the poles. I hope you enjoy history and military history as much as I love bringing it to you. And if you want to see more of the photos and documents I've used for these episodes, documentation, so on, you can go to lostbattlefields.com. And if you feel like helping me out traveling around the world to some of these far-flung locations like Van Allen Brown's first test stand behind me, or Deepna's nuclear reactor down there, or the Matador line over there, you can donate on PayPal, protection@serviceint.com. It'll be right here, and it is also on lostbattlefields.com. You absolutely don't have to, but I appreciate any help, and I love all you guys for all the support you've shown me, because history is important. We all know that, and I'm going to bring it to you.
Up now is Radioactive Drew, New York's radioactive water problem, Indian Point, Part 2. Here we go.
A brief history of Indian Point. Indian Point is located 38 miles away from New York City. The area was originally an attraction for locals, having swimming pools, beer halls, and rides, like a modern amusement park. With an ever-growing demand for power, the site was being considered for an atomic power station, first of its kind. In 1954, the land was purchased by Con Edison, and construction began in 1956 on Unit 1. Unit 1 was completed in 1962 and used a thorium core, which produced about 60% of the 275 megawatts of electricity. The other 40% was from an oil-fired superheater. In 1965, the core was swapped out for a uranium core. Units 2 and 3 came online in 1974 and 1976. They replaced Unit 1 and operated until they were prematurely shut down in 2020 and 2021.
All right, about to head out to Indian Point. It's like a beautiful, extremely chilly day. This will be kind of a first to film one of these nuclear power stations in a very cold environment.
I'm joined by fellow cinematographer Philip Grossman on this tour of Indian Point. This is Indian Point as it exists today, sitting there silently, not producing any power. But there is still lots of work being done at the site.
The security building just got constructed in the last year or two. That's going to be, that'll be all that's left here, guys. Is that pad and that building.
Yeah. But will it really be all that's left here?
Well, we hope not. 127 of them have fuel.
Okay.
The other two are GTCC, baffle boats, split pins, all sorts of little reactor pieces. But the big pieces that we're cutting up are going into these cans. That's starting in the spring.
So where exactly are we heading?
Going to Unit 3.
Unit 3? So how cold would you say it is out here?
Cold enough.
Cold enough.
24.
24, yeah.
Fire water storage tanks right here. And that tank, that's the refueling water storage tank.
Oh, wow.
So that's the tank where the water was kept for refueling. So when normally it was full when the plant was operating. We shut the plant down, the water that we usually fill the cavity came out of that tank.
Wow.
360,000 gallons.
So now, where is the water that's scheduled to be released from the Hudson? Like, where's that going to go? Like, where's that coming from?
Okay, so let's walk.
Okay, yeah.
There's first of all, there's 4 large quantities of water on the site right now, right?
Okay.
2 spent fuel pools, each one's got 400,000 gallons. And you've got 2 reactor cavities that each also have 350,000 gallons in them. So those 4 are large quantities of water, making up, 1.5 million gallons or so. So that's the majority of the water. There's lots of other tanks on site that need to be drained. We continue to make water while we're deconning. Rainwater becomes wastewater. And there's always little leak-offs from valves and pumps that are no longer in service, but there's still water in pipes and things that... So those are basically 3 sources of water: leak-offs, rainwater, and decon water.
So now this is Unit 1, right?
This is Unit 1.
And this closed down in the 60s? 70s?
74.
74?
1974. It only ran for 12 years. It was one of a kind, so it had sheriff problems. The first core, Core A, was a thorium core that ran from 62 to 64, and then they decided to go to a uranium core. So in 64, the first core, Core A, was completely removed from the reactor vessel, and Core B was delivered a brand new 120 fuel assemblies, and that was Core B. And Core B went through 5 refuelings from that point, 64 to 74. It was used for storage for many years, and also some of its systems were used to process water and do some other things to help out Unit 2. This is the Unit 1, what's left of the Unit 1 superheater.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's right, because that's where the stack was, right?
You can see the steam lines coming out of Unit 1 right there. And they went into the superheater. Now, the actual superheaters are actually gone, but that's the structure that used to hold them.
The superheaters were oil?
Oil-fired superheater.
Wow.
This alleyway used to be an open alleyway when Unit 1 was built. And when they built Unit 2 and 3, to connect them electrically, they put in the switch gear to connect them. So, this is the Unit 1, Unit 2 turbine hall. The Unit 1 turbine used to be right here in front of us. That's the Unit 2 turbine. You see the break in the floor here, guys? So that's where the turbine pedestal is, and that's where the turbine sat. So the turbine on its pedestal was not actually connected to the rest of the building. I mean, through piping and things like that, but not through isolation. It was an isolation, so it could move, and the rest of the building didn't have to move. And that down there is the Unit 2 turbine generator. And you could see here the brick. Eventually, it turns into siding. So the building used to end right where that yellow guardrail is. And when they built Unit 2, they knocked that down and extended the building to be the Unit 2 turbine hall. So we're going to see a much better close-up view of the Unit 3 turbine in 2 minutes.
Okay.
This is the bridge that was closed for decades.
Oh,
so
this is East and West Germany here, huh?
This is the Berlin Wall, whatever you want to call it. So this door was closed from when I started here in 1980 to 2001. Nobody went across this bridge. And there was a door on the other side that was also closed. This was Con Edison, and that was New York Power Authority. The original door that we could go to was right here. And there was a glass window we used to look through. You know, to try to see
people on the other
something.
side.
Right, so that door over there, right? Remember I said there was 2 doors, right? For security was.
Oh man, that's so funny.
Yeah. In 20 years, I went across this bridge once.
So now, we talked about it, but can you explain in a little more detail of like why that was happening? Because...
Well, I'm not sure why it happened, but in 1975, Con Edison sold Indian Point 3 to the New York Power Authority. They had a money problem in finishing the construction of these 2 plants, and New York Power Authority kind of bailed them out and bought Unit 3 from them. So a fence went up between the two units. There were two separate companies. I'm not sure why it continued that way for so long, but it did. We had very, very limited cross communication or any really dealings with Unit 2. And I came to work for years believing that Unit 3 that was all that existed. That's what you finally came to believe, because you had nothing to do with Indian Point 2 or 1. And was always curious what it looked like over there. But it wasn't until Entergy bought both plants around 2001 and the fence came down and the bridge opened up and we had a big ribbon cutting ceremony that we got to go over there and say, holy mackerel, there's another nuclear plant over here. It was unreal.
That is so bizarre to think about nowadays.
I mean, there were two separate licenses, right?
Yes.
So that's why it could exist that way. There were two separate licenses. They operated independently of each other, and they just didn't share services. There is some shared services like steam and stuff, but other than that.
And if you had a control room license, like a senior reactor operator's license, you only had it on one unit. So mine was on 3, and the guys over here were on 2, so you couldn't operate that plant. You could only operate this plant.
Wow.
And when the fence came down, they started share services across various departments that didn't require the license. But the license thing was still in fact, right? To operate the unit from a license standpoint, you had to be specifically qualified on that unit. But other departments that didn't require the license, it was just some training, and then like for chemistry or maintenance or instrumentation and controls, a little bit of training, you could work on both units.
Okay. Dang. So what's down there?
So what was down there was condensate pumps.
Okay.
Okay, so when the steam would come over and do its work in the turbine, then go through the condenser, and so in order to get the water back into the steam generators, the condensate pumps would forward that water that was now condensed from the steam, forward it to the feed pumps, and then push it back into the steam generators.
Wow.
They've been removed.
So how far down is that?
Let's see, this is the 53-foot elevation, and that is the 5-foot elevation, so. That's some vertigo.
Yeah, no, I'm okay. You know, I just think it's cool.
A lot of people will walk around this. They won't walk on this.
Really?
Yeah.
So 4-loop Westinghouse pressurized water reactor, so 4 steam generators, 4 steam lines coming into the high pressure turbine. The steam entered the turbine right here, spun the turbine. The steam then exited down under the floor and went into these moisture separator reheaters. There's 3 on each side. The steam was dried, it was reheated, and then it entered on top into the low pressure turbines. After it did its work in the low pressure turbines, it went straight down into the condenser, turned back into water. But all these 4 turbines are on one shaft, and on the very end is the generator. And on this one spot here, I'll show you the shaft.
Okay. So that's the shaft?
That's the shaft. And when the plant was operating, you could clearly see that spinning. So this is one huge shaft with all 4 turbines and the generator all spinning on the same shaft, 1800 RPM. I used to think to myself as I was walking by here when the plant was operating, if I could see behind these covers, I probably wouldn't be walking here, because there's such a large machine turning so quickly. But anyway, here's where the turbine ends. This is the generator right here. And at the very end is the exciter that created the electric field around the generator.
So now, when this is running, how loud would it be in here?
I can show you a bit. You needed earplugs, but not terribly loud.
Okay.
I've been to other power plants where these machines are 3,600 RPM machines. That's a lot louder. But it wasn't too loud, and I can show you a quick video. I can give you a quick video of what exactly it sounded like.
So during a refueling outage, we would lift these covers off the turbines and we'd set them down, and then they would expose the turbine blades and they could do maintenance on the turbines themselves.
So now, with the whole possible restart that's on the table of this place happening, no work has been done to take these out of service, right?
No. Initially, yes, but then we stopped once the question was asked about restarting, and so we're not proceeding with any more decommissioning until we get the final answer on that on this side of the plant.
Okay.
Yep.
What happened originally, like right at the very start of?
Well, like for example, those condensate pumps were removed. This bay over here, there's a heater bay. Was it 12 or 14? How many heaters were over there?
This is the 3654. So we had 12 heaters over there.
Here, which were roughly the same size as these, a little smaller than these. There was 12 of those, and they were all removed. Circulating water pumps that took the river water, they were removed. So a bunch of decommissioning activities had transformers are gone, had started. So there are some components that will need to be replaced. But once they ask the question, they're like, all right, let's stop.
Well, it's good, yeah, because this place was decommissioned in 2021.
Unit 3 was, Unit 2 was 2020.
Okay.
Yes.
There was a law passed 2 years ago that New York State passed that prevented us now from releasing any radioactive water. That actually slowed down the decommissioning somewhat because many more things would be taken apart if the water in some of those pools I told you about was gone. New York State did us a little bit of a favor. Rare, but they did us a favor. There's an appeal going on. We're not going to surprise anybody. We're gonna work with our stakeholders, with our adversaries, and they'll know exactly when we are going to do our first releases.
That we're on right
Again,
now?
just like I showed you over at Unit 1.
Yep.
This is the separation between the turbine pedestal and the rest of the building. So it keeps the turbine vibration isolated from the rest of the building.
So then this would be, is this like a more solid foundation, like it goes all, just poured concrete all the way down?
Yeah, you saw in those pictures I showed you earlier, there are large structures that go way down. And
yeah, to keep the harmonics like really down.
I mean, all the pipes and everything, as you walked around this plant was operating, lots of pipes moving and everything.
This is not a spring bed. This is bedrock.
It's just separately. That's right. It's a separate foundation. Yep.
There is the Unit 3 control room. The red door. Red door.
Okay.
We will go in there when we come out.
All right.
Like during outages or maintenance, you needed to bring stuff into the plant or get stuff out. The crane would come over. This is a big loading well. That's just a door to the outside. You bring the trucks in. You can load it in, load stuff in and out from there.
Wow.
I'll be right there. Fine, folks.
All right.
This is the control point. This is how you enter the RC8 Unit 3. So here's where you're going to log in with your dosimetry. Here's where we're going to exit. We're going to talk to the Watch HP who's behind the desk here and tell them what we're doing.
Okay.
This is not radiation protection stuff. It's just control contamination. Tops and bottoms.
Doctor?
Yep. Doctor.
All right, so now the reason why we have these on is just to control contamination, just so we don't take anything with us outside. Right?
Good enough. A lot of times, like when it's hot, that's all they're wearing is just these, right? They leave their clothes behind. If something is found on these, we can simply take these off, and now you haven't lost your clothes. So we'll get a baseline. So the way it works is I get a baseline, and then when we come out, it's got to hit I take an average of that 3 times, and then it's got to hit a percentage, you know, when you come out to make sure. Wow. My only real concern is this for radon, but we'll figure it out.
All right, you deal with cameras and I'll deal with Sentinel.
Yeah. All right, so all your stuff, if you guys set anything that you're bringing in, we talked about anything, set it here.
All right.
Just set it on this table, and then I will start checking it out while he gets you logged in.
Okay.
So anything you got. So that's your batteries, that's your detector, that's all your stuff.
You want my dosimeter?
Nope, that stuff that's fine. Feeling a police officer, empty your pockets.
I know.
So I will start with this. I'll start with the big stuff.
All right.
So, and then he's going to get you logged in.
Okay.
Clear. That's my favorite sound. Okay, so this one's in. Yeah, just if you touch anything, you let me know because I'm going to be carrying gloves. So again, I want you to get this out.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't want to lose any of my equipment.
No, no.
So if the equipment comes back contaminated after we get out of the RCA, then we actually can't take it with us. So it's kind of a big deal that we actually log the count rate off of the stuff when it goes in, so it has the same count rate when we leave. So hopefully I don't lose my camera today.
Lens cap.
Yes. Uh-oh. What was that? Is that his detector?
Is this? Yeah. I'm guessing it's this. Straps are notorious.
Yeah. And that's the one that was near
Ah, so the strap. Give it a light decon there.
You know, it's funny. One of the best. Nope. See, that's got a little bit.
So it still came back out with alarm?
what level?
4,400 BPM. First one was clean. See what the third one does. Very low level. The background is around 3,000 on these.
Okay.
So
failed again.
It's okay. It's got a baseline on it, that's all. Batteries, it could be anything. I'll wipe it down though for you. I'll meet you at the turn stop.
At Reds here from landrental.com.
Here you put your little contraption here, wait a few seconds, light supposedly change, I don't know. And then I come in. Wait for green light, and that's it. Let's see, we have a red, green. Yeah, just pick it up, and this will turn green. And there you go.
It felt like it wasn't. It's just a lock in there.
Now pick it up and see what happens. There you go.
So we're walking towards what's called the Primary Auxiliary Building, or the PAB. Okay, and we love our acronyms, so we never say full words. So this is the PAB we're going to go into first. It's where the majority of the nuclear science systems and pumps and components are.
All to support the reactor.
I hear beeps.
Wow.
Sounds like a frisker.
It is.
That's what you hear.
Yeah.
So now,
Yeah, still that's still frisker. So
Yeah.
okay, probe.
this is the Unit 3 PAB.
So what does PAB stand for?
Primary Auxiliary Building. When the plant was running, besides the operators in the control room, there were operators in the field. There was one stationed in the turbine hall. There was one stationed on the nuke side, which is here. He had an office upstairs. There was one stationed at the condensate polisher, and sometimes there was a spare or a rover. So there were field operators who were called MPOs. They're nuclear plant operators. They were unlicensed operators. And one of them had their office in this building.
All right, so what we're going to do here is we're going to get dressed out with our contamination clothing.
Okay.
Okay, so what I'm going to have you put on is I'm going to have you put a hard hat cover on. I'm going to have you put on, to cover your feet, some boots, rubber boots, and then for your rubber gloves for your hands, and then we're going to put a lab coat on.
Do you ever put things on the floor? That's what the contamination is.
Yeah. I can lose that little track.
I know I cringed a little bit.
Yeah.
So you guys didn't have to put on anti-contamination. I know you and Chernobyl had to.
Yeah.
Have you had anti-contamination clothing before? All right. I'll show you the quick and dirty here. What we're going to do. Let's put the high shoe covers on first. They're one size fits all. And then best not to stand up with the high shoe covers because they're slippery. Falling down. So now you put the rubber boots over top of those. Right. So any moisture and dry oil, anything. It's not going to penetrate the rubber. Our smallest lab coat size is an XL, so that's what I got. Stuff goes on your head.
Oh, on your head?
I forgot about the smoke down. A little bit overkill, but it's all right. Last thing to put on before we go is the gloves, because then your dexterity gets a little weird.
Yeah.
So you guys have brought journalists in here before?
They're here. They're here all the time. I had CNN here last year, yes.
The most interesting group was the
we had the nuclear influencer.
The media influencer.
You know this Isabel Bobicki?
No.
For her. She brought her gigantic entourage here.
Oh, it's amazing. And Brian and I are standing. We're up on the pad where all the cats are.
And they did all these poses
and they're
by the
posing.
cats.
They're doing all these. And Brian and I are looking at each other like, this is the most bizarre day nuclear was. Can we hug it? Okay. They wanted to kiss her. And
One
we
of them
said,
was
and I told them no.
Yeah.
So one of them was pregnant?
Yeah.
But they were pro. They were very. They were very enthusiastic, right?
We had people
But
from all
we're
over the
just like, oh, okay. But they're doing all these, because they're doing TikTok stuff, and we're like, okay.
Yeah, my problem with that is like a lot of those people, they don't focus on anything about the radiation.
No, you're right.
And they don't try to explain to them, and they're just rah, rah, rah.
The best that I could get out of it is they're trying to demystify, take the fear away from it. So there's value in that.
Yeah, there is, but I feel like the way they're doing it just doesn't explain
it.
anything.
Trivializes to an extent.
Still for me.
Yeah.
So I just want to do a quick check, everyone. So you guys have what you need?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So first place we're going is the containment building. Okay, so we're going to go there first. We're going to go in there because that's going to require this for the anti-contamination clothing. Once we come out of the containment building, then we're going to go in the fuel building, which doesn't require contamination clothing.
Okay.
So for all the decades that I was in the control room, I would occasionally get a call from a nuke MPO saying that either 31 or 32 monitor tank was at 90%. So when that happened, I would tell him, okay, Dave, take 31 out of service and put 32 on fill and put 31 on recirc. I'd call the chemist and tell him that 31 monitor tank is on recirc. 4 hours later, after recirc, he'd take some samples and he would send me the numbers a couple of hours after that. I put them into a program, which then compared them to the federal limits for releasing radioactive water. When I was happy with it and then made sure the numbers were where they had to be, I took a key in the control room, put it into a key and turned it, and that gave him permission to use this valve where the water went to the river.
So now release what to the river?
Water.
Water that's been processed.
Treated water.
Treated water.
Treated water.
Yes.
From the restrooms.
Sewage is monitored. Sewage is monitored. Every molecule of air, every bit of water, it all goes past the radiation monitor if it's leaving site. It's all monitored.
People always say, we don't want you dumping water. I get the impression they think we have barrels of water that we roll over to the riverside and we pour into the river. But it's nothing like that. It's strictly controlled by procedure, federal regulations, and all sorts of things, and it's nothing like what they think.
So this building we're standing in, right? It has ventilation in it. So any ventilation in any of these buildings, all the ventilation goes out past what we call monitored point, goes past the radiation monitor. So we can detect anything that would be leaving and we could quantify it. Okay. So you guys go in with him? Then I'll have to badge it myself.
This is where we're going to undress.
You're crossing over to the contaminated area right there.
That's right.
Okay.
So this is the 80-foot airlock.
All right, so here in the contaminated area, just so you're aware of that.
Okay.
Okay, this is the boundary. We're clean, you're in the contaminated area.
Okay.
Just so you know about touching stuff and. All right.
So this is the 80-foot airlock, and when the plant was running, whenever the plant was above 200 degrees, one of these doors had to be closed to maintain containment integrity. You couldn't have both doors open like this. Once we cool the plant down for refueling below 200, we could defeat the airlocks and open both doors like it is now.
Okay, you're now over containment building.
Yeah, I can hear my detector increasing in activity, passing by all this stuff.
Brent, you know what's sad?
What do you got?
The smell is gone.
Yes, yes.
What was the smell?
A burning,
like ozone?
a very hot pipe, hot insulation smell.
Okay.
Wow.
We'll go up on the platform, guys. We'll tell you what you're looking at.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we can walk around, but you can see everything from up the platform where we're going.
Okay.
So this is just, again, watch where you're walking, guys. A lot of these gratings are cupped.
Yep, yeah, so just be aware that you're going to be looking around, so just be aware. Be careful,
Yes.
feel-
Whoa. So now, this is looking down into the...
Straight ahead.
Wow.
Okay, it's full of water. Because all the components we're cutting up need to be cut up underwater because it's the shield.
You'll have a much better view. Watch your step over here, guys.
Yep.
All right, we'll go up these stairs. I think your best view will be over here.
Whoa. Oh yeah, that's my... Just detected over 10.
Unfortunately, the water is terrible. It's not usually like it's salt lakes.
So it's usually clear? Wow.
I'm back in a 1 milliroom field where it's about a 1 milliroom field right here.
Yeah, that's where I am. Yeah, I just went off
right
of
now
one.
I'm about
Which is
about
10
two.
microsieverts
I'm
for me.
at 2.5.
Okay. You're about 2.5?
About 2.5 milliroom.
That's not bad.
Yeah, about 2. I got about 2.
Okay. Yeah, I saw that.
I'm just gonna check that out. You get a good view over here. Because again, this is about 2.2 here. 2.2 milliroom. So it's kind of cloudy. It's hard to see down in the pool right now. Just tremendous.
So I can kind of see, is that the reactor down there?
Well, no. Oh. So, first of all, you see this opening in the middle here where the wall, the reactor is right in the center.
Oh, right in the center, okay.
So that down there, Andy's the 95-foot elevation.
Okay.
You can walk on right here. If the water was clear and you saw all the way to the bottom of the cavity, that's the 69-foot elevation.
Okay.
Okay. And the reactor flange is even with that elevation. The reactor is all below the floor under that. So again, 95-foot elevation is the operating deck, 69-foot is the cavity floor, and the reactor is all below that. The only thing that was above that was the reactor vessel head. That was right at the 69, and that's where we worked on it. You see the spray system on the ceiling?
Yep. Is that what that is?
So if you have a loss of coolant accident, a design basis loss of coolant accident, so make believe the reactor is operating at its 2235 PSIG, it's 600 degrees. All of a sudden, one of our loops, a 36-inch pipe, decides to fall off. Now, all that pressure and all that energy inside the reactor coolant system flashes to steam. The pressure in here went to a calculated 40.6 or 40.7 pounds. If that were to happen, a system would start, pumps would start outside of this building and spray this building down to decrease the pressure inside the building.
Jeez.
It's called the containment spray system.
Head, it wasn't flooded. That's right. Yep. And so after they lift the head set aside, then they'll flood it up. Then they can start pick the upper internals and pick
Wonderful.
That's the only reason it's green. In reality, it's not green.
Yeah.
The walls are blue, so it's actually refraction of light that's causing it to appear green. But if I were to take a scoop of that water, it would actually be not green. It'd be a little bit more tinted yellowish almost.
Okay.
But the blue walls refract it to make it look green.
Wow. So now what are you reading on your...
So I've got 2 millirem right here.
Okay.
So it seems to be 2 millirem here. It's like 1.5 over here.
Okay. Yeah, then I think I'm just trying to be very careful about making sure I don't So I'm getting 100. So I'm in 23.
Which
24
makes sense. So if I'm sitting about 2, yep, that tracks.
Yeah, exactly. It's like all these detectors, they always like right around the line.
Yeah, so this is actually sitting around 2.2, which tracks to that 22. That tracks.
Exactly. Yeah.
And again, just watch. That's a good drop.
So it's like 190, 180,000 counts per minute. So now, is it usually like this dark in here for operation?
Well, no, when the guys come back after lunch and they turn the crane back on, all the crane lights go on.
Oh, okay. I was going to say.
Well, when operation, it was pitch dark in here.
Oh, I bet. Yeah. Well, because in operation, no one's in here.
No one's in here. But we did come in here during power operation.
Right.
Well, now I'm curious to see
So
where
at unit 3, we started unit 3 first as far as the reactor vessel segmentation goes.
We can just stand back over here.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting 20 on this too.
This is not better.
20.
Over by the desk.
Is it worse over here?
Over by the desk.
Oh yeah, I'm getting 30. Yeah, 33 over there.
Over here. Better?
Now down. Yeah.
I'm under 1 now.
Yeah, it just calmed down a lot right now.
Yeah. So we were over near whatever that cask. I think that's a liner for higher.
Oh really? Oh wow. Yeah, because definitely it's climbing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was seeing 30 on here.
So, okay. So yeah, this is better. this is half a millirem over here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this was recently calibrated too, so.
This, no, I picked it up because mine did too. When I looked down, I was like, oh yeah, it's going through.
Yeah, because what are you getting right now?
I got.
Because I'm getting like 5 microsieverts.
That's about right.
Almost 6.
I'm getting about 4 to 5 millirem, so that tracks.
Okay.
Or sorry, 0.4 to 0.5 millirem.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep, that tracks.
Yeah.
Okay, so where we're standing right now is on a platform. Okay. Same thing on that side. This platform actually covers the steam generators. There was 2 on this side, here and here, and on the same 2 generators, steam generators. They cut the tops off, the steam domes off the steam generators. The reason they did it is so they could put this work platform up here.
Okay.
The bottom portion of the steam generator, where the primary water would go through the tubes, is below us.
Okay. Jeez.
Also, guys, if you notice the wall, so in unit 1, you had a concrete shield. Inside the concrete shield was a sphere that held the reactor. At unit 2 and 3, you have the concrete, but the metal is adhered to the wall. Okay, you can see all the metal plates. Now, each weld that welded each plate together is covered by a channel, and you see the channels that go everywhere. Those channels, when the plant was running, was pressurized with air. So if any weld decided to leak, the air path would be from the weld channel pressurization out to the world rather than anything from inside out to the world. Only this plant and Zion near Chicago had that system. It's called the weld channel and containment penetration pressurization system.
So now is this lead?
This is lead.
Oh wow.
And it's also why this is a lower dose field here, right? This is about a half a millirem here, where that was about 2 over there. It's because there's no lead over there.
Oh,
and here,
okay.
so the lead is actually doing its job. Right?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it is a little less here, right? Because what were you saying? Getting 5,
I'm
6?
getting about half a millirem here.
Okay, half a millirem.
So that tracks with your about 5 sieverts.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5 microsieverts.
Microsieverts, sorry.
Yeah, 5 sieverts would be a different story. Yeah, running.
A little higher.
There's 3 elevations here, guys. The 95 that we're going down to, the 68 below that, and then the 46 was the bottom floor.
All right, so again, if you need to use a handrail, please do. All right, now just change your glove out, all right?
Okay.
This rail was mounted on the ceiling.
That's what I've seen before.
So this is actually called a polar gantry crane.
Okay. And I mean, look at this.
It created its share of problems.
This area up the stairs to an upper platform on this side, that's a high radiation area. It's a different sign.
That's funny, because over at San Onofre, they had the same thing.
Just don't cross the boundary.
They had an inverted triangle to denote higher than normal like radiation fields.
The one on the corner over there is a inverted triangle, and basically that sign was specifically used to denote areas that were high radiation areas.
Where was this?
At San Onofre. Same thing.
Yeah.
And he said it was just arbitrary, but that they adopted it that way, and it's hilarious that now you guys have it here. I'm like, well, that kind of seems like it's not arbitrary now; it's a standard.
Yeah. A triangle, yeah. The triangle.
Yeah. No, the inverted triangle here.
Yep,
Yeah.
That's your high radiation. So above this, it gets very technical, right? We're in the radiation area. It gets technical, says high radiation area, and it gets super technical for greater than, this is up to 1,000 millirem. So greater than 1,000 millirem, we control it as a locked high radiation area. Very technical.
As long as everyone can understand signage.
Keep it simple.
Yeah.
How long is this process expected to take before they're done with what everything you do here?
I can tell you this, that the circle you did see in the water, that's the very bottom of the core barrel. So I told you the reactor was 4 pieces. The reactor is still there.
Right.
The head is gone. The upper internals are gone. That's the last piece of the core barrel that they have to cut up. After that, now it's time to put all those pieces that we've cut into those high stars that I showed you. So 6 of them will be filled from this unit and 6 from the other unit. Once that's finished and we clean up this whole area and clean up the pool and clean up all the chips, I don't believe there's a plan after that to continue on in the immediate future.
Okay. So effectively at that point in time, reactor core is gone, internal is clean. Yep. And so you're left with a cavity that potentially could have a new reactor placed if...
Well, a new reactor internals. The reactor vessel's there.
Right.
Now a head is not a big deal. You know, throughout the industry, many plants have replaced the reactor vessel heads as normal course of business. And we were going to do that at one point too.
In fact, it started the engineering.
We started the engineering. We bought the huge pieces of metal that were in Korea or Japan, but they weren't machined yet. We eventually sold them. But as far as, I don't believe any plant has ever changed out reactor internals as far as the upper internals and the core barrel are concerned. That would be a new thing.
Right.
It could be done, but it'd be a new thing.
So effectively the outer containment vessel is still there.
The reactor vessel itself is still there.
The inner, which would be the reactor barrel.
Core barrel, they call it the lower internals. The upper internals where the control rods lived, and the head.
We chopped the top of the steam generators off too.
Nothing that couldn't be accomplished without the right amount of money and the right amount of time.
Money can solve just about everything.
Almost everything.
TMR.
Money and engineering.
Time, money, and resources.
Yep, that's it.
And I
So
would
I
say,
would just ask, please do not step on the rail. Lighting is poor. I'm going to take you one at a time just because the lighting's poor this whole time. I'm not going to take it very far inside the wire wall. Okay. Watch your footing here. The paint here. So just watch that. All right. All right. So
there's a steam generator.
This is what they call a bioshield, and we cut this in for decommissioning. This shield was a solid shield that went up this high across, but for decommissioning, we cut it for access. So if you take a look in here, this is the steam generator. You can see the top was chopped off. The steam gun was chopped off. So in here, the transition cone narrowing down. So below that level is where the U-tubes, which would carry the primary water from the reactor inside the U-tubes, would recirculate down there. The water would boil. The outside of the tubes, the water would boil, create steam, and that steam would go over to the turbine.
Okay. Can I go in there?
Yes. Just lighting's poor.
Yeah, it is.
In my head, I'm sad.
It's all right.
A little better. There we go.
So now what reading are you getting in here?
I got a bit of milliron.
1 milliron?
1.2.
Okay.
And there's just 2 generators, so it's just, there's nothing really very exciting in here. Just the other generator down there.
Yeah. I think this is going over scale.
Yeah, I'm at a milliram, so.
Yeah.
We were in a field with 2 over there.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah, this is just freaking out a lot right now.
All right, that's cool. All right, come on.
Watch out for your footing here.
Yep.
Go, quick, go. Come on through. Don't hang out over there. Okay. So this is the equipment hatch, right? Where everything comes in and out. This equipment was enlarged for decommissioning. These rails didn't exist, these red rails. This is just to haul boxes of material in and out of here for decommissioning purposes. They were put in for decommissioning. This was a much smaller opening. It was opening just big enough for the components that needed to come in here. Steam generator could fit out with about 1 inch clearance on either side going through the hatch. But we removed that to enlarge the opening to allow for decommissioning. We had talked about air sampling. This is the continuous air monitor that's always running. I feel right there about this high radiation. So if we go past here, we're going to sit. But this, what they done? That's yeah. There's a component. There's something. I know this just went up to 5, and I went past it, and I just said no.
What's this thing?
Let's see if I can find it.
Might be a bond tap.
Yeah, don't get too close to it.
It's a filter.
What are you getting?
We're trying to. It's a filter. It's up a little bit. We were about 1 over there. This is about 3 milliampere.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Not bad.
So before we go over there, I just want to check something out before we walk past there. Remember what I said? Go, 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 go?
Yeah, yeah.
It's a little higher.
This right here, you see these plates?
Yeah.
This is the transfer canal.
Oh, that's right. For fuel handling.
So when
right?
a fuel assembly came out of the reactor, it was brought into this corner here, and under here was an upender on little train tracks. So the upender would become vertical. The fuel assembly get put into the upender. It would be laid down. You just push a button. It would go through the fuel transfer tube into the fuel building, come to another upender, and be uprighted. So you saw that on the video I showed you earlier, where the fuel assembly was coming out.
Is it possible to go basically where that chair is to get a picture of the pool?
Brent?
What's that?
He wants to know if you can go by the chair.
Give me a second.
Like for really quick.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, I know.
I want to get one in the center. That's for us.
Oh, you want the center?
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
It's about 2 milliamp.
Okay. So we getting?
3.
3.
Yeah, which is where we were up there.
Okay. What were you seeing on the hurry
the
across?
highest I saw right here is 5.
Okay.
All right, because there is behind this high radiation sign, right, and there's some lead there.
Okay.
There's a component there that has a higher dose to it, and if the edge of the cavity is a high posted as high radiation area also. And that's because of the and again, that water's not green, it's actually yellowish.
Yeah.
Okay? It looks green because the walls are blue and it refracts.
So,
all right, so if we're ready, we'll just move quickly past
Okay.
this. Watch your footing. There it is. Wait.
That was exciting.
Nothing more than a big construction yard right now.
I know.
Big industrial yard.
Well, it's
Usually, I'm not in a radiation field that high. Usually, it's dealing with sources that might be like around that hot.
I see. Watch your head.
Yep.
All right, so you haven't had contamination clothing on. So the way this works is you get rid of the most contaminated stuff first, so the potential for it, right? So you're gonna take your shoe covers off, right? You're gonna leave your gloves on for now. You take your rubber shoe covers off, peel them off. Okay, this is still contamination clothing, so you can stand. Okay, take this off. All right, you throw that out. Doesn't matter which pail. Now we take the rubber gloves off. All right, and you do that by pinching this. You don't want to put it underneath because your hands are potentially contaminated. And with the clean hand, we're going to hook underneath there. Pull that off, inside out. Want to make sure we're not flinging these off. We're just kind of peeling them off so we're not throwing stuff around.
Okay.
So at this point now, okay, it's okay to put your hand on something because I don't want you falling down.
Yeah.
We're not ballerinas. All right. So now we're just going to peel this off. Again, inside out. So now I got a clean shoe. This is a contaminated area. So clean shoe. This is a step-off pad. So you
Okay.
remove all protective clothing before stepping here.
All right.
Okay?
Okay.
Same thing?
You want me to take a camera from one of them?
Yes. Yeah, please. Just put it right on the table and then I'll check
So
it
we
out. I'll
do
just wait
feet
there.
first, right?
Yep, take your rubber shoe cover off first. And again, we're just going to take this off. And this is where it gets a little...
And so can I set this on the floor, this foot?
Yes,
With it?
absolutely. Yep. On the contaminated
This
side.
is the one that's harder. Oh.
Yep. So here we are. We're just going to do a hand and foot frisk after coming out of a contamination area. So I've got my frisker here. I got the volume turned up so I can hear it. So about a ½ inch away, 1 to 2 inches per second. We're just going to check the hands real quick. I don't see anything. I'll check the other hand. Okay. Hands are good. I can pick this up now. So now we're just going to do the bottom of our feet. Okay, again, we don't want to fall down. So we're going to brace ourselves. And we're just going to check about a ½ inch. And I'm listening. And I don't see hear any real change in the rate there. About a ½ inch away, 1 to 2 inches per second. That's good. The other foot. Okay, that's just a quick check to make sure that there's no nuisance contamination that came out with me.
Okay.
All right. So,
All right.
who's next?
Phil.
Well, that is clean. Okay. Okay, you just need to do front and back. Yep. And once that's good, you can pick it up with that hand.
Oh, that's heavy.
It's a shielded probe.
That's what I was wondering.
Yep. It helps with the background to keep the background low enough to do frisking. Okay, very good.
On the next episode, we head over to the fuel handling building to check out the spent fuel pool. Then we make our way out of the RCA, heading over to the Unit 3 control room, then over to the control room for Units 1 and 2. Finally, out to the spent fuel pad. Thanks for watching, really appreciate it, and I'll see you in the next one. Take it easy.
All right, up and now is Military Veterans Archives. I analyzed UFO files for 22 years. Trump just proved I was right. Here we go.
They laughed when I filed the report. Radar malfunction, they said. Instrumentation error. The 7 objects I had tracked across 400 miles of restricted airspace at speeds no aircraft on this planet could match were nothing. Pilot fatigue. I was 29 years old, and I had just watched something impossible execute a 90-degree turn at 13,000 miles per hour. No deceleration, no contrail, no sound. I filed my report. My supervisor buried it before the ink was dry. That was in the spring of 2003. I spent the next 22 years watching those same objects get dismissed, classified, and buried in the basements of 3-letter agencies I was no longer allowed to name. Last week, the President of the United States ordered all of it released, and I think it's finally time to tell you what I actually saw. My name is Thomas Riley. I spent 22 years as a signals intelligence analyst with the Defense Intelligence Agency operating out of Langley, Virginia, and before that at Buckley Space Force Base in Aurora, Colorado. I want to be specific about my background because what I'm about to tell you isn't speculation. It isn't some story I read online. I was in the rooms where these decisions were made. I held the files, I read the reports, and for 22 years I kept my mouth shut. I was recruited out of MIT in the summer of 2001. Signals intelligence, which most people call SIGINT, means I analyzed electronic emissions, radar returns, and telemetry data from objects in the sky and in space. If something unusual was flying, it usually passed across my desk at some point. The work was genuinely interesting. For the first 2 years, almost everything I looked at had a straightforward explanation. Foreign military aircraft, weather balloons, satellite debris. The universe of things that could confuse an untrained observer was large, and most of what reached us fell neatly into those categories, but some things didn't. In 2003, I was assigned to a classified working group that had no official name on the organizational chart. In our email threads, we called it the Blue File Group, though that name was unofficial and has never appeared in any declassified document. Our job, as it was explained to me by the deputy director on my first day, was to evaluate radar and telemetry data from encounters that had been, quote, previously assessed as non-attributable. Non-attributable. That phrase became a part of my vocabulary. It meant we didn't know what it was, and that we weren't supposed to say so publicly. The first blue file case I processed was from the summer of 2000. A Navy destroyer operating approximately 200 miles off the coast of Virginia had tracked multiple contacts for 6 consecutive days. The contacts moved in ways that were inconsistent with any known aircraft or drone. They appeared on radar at speeds exceeding 3,000 miles per hour, hovered at 0 knots without any visible propulsion system, and dove into the ocean without producing any detectable impact signature. The official report said the crew had experienced sensor degradation, but I had the raw radar returns in front of me. There was no sensor degradation. The data was clean, the contacts were real, and nobody wanted to talk about what that meant. I want to be honest with you about something. When I started at the Blue File Group, I was a skeptic. I believed in rational explanations. I believed that every unusual contact had a mundane source, and that our job was simply to find it. That belief lasted about 4 months. The case that changed everything for me happened in the spring of 2003. A pair of F-16 fighters out of Langley Air Force Base were conducting a routine training exercise over the Atlantic when they picked up 7 objects on their onboard radar. The objects were flying in a V formation, moving at a heading of approximately 070 at 13,000 miles per hour. Both pilots tracked the formation for 11 minutes. I know the exact number because I reviewed the flight recorder data 47 times over the following 6 months. At the 8-minute mark, the lead object executed a turn. Not a banking turn. Not a gradual arc. A hard 90-degree instantaneous change of direction at full speed. To perform that maneuver at that velocity, a human pilot would experience acceleration forces exceeding 40,000 times the force of gravity. Every bone in the body would become powder. Every blood vessel would rupture simultaneously. Whatever was inside those objects, it wasn't human. I filed my report. My supervisor, a man I respected enormously, called me into his office 2 days later. He was quiet for a long time after I sat down. Then he said, "Tom, you're going to put instrumentation anomaly in the conclusion section, and then you're never going to bring this up again." I asked him why. He picked up his coffee cup, looked at it for a moment, and said, "Because the people above my pay grade have already decided the answer, and they decided it before either of us was born." That was the beginning of 22 years. There was a small anomaly before the real story began, though. About 6 weeks after I filed that revised report, I got a knock on my office door from a man I didn't recognize. He wasn't wearing a badge. He sat down across from me without being invited and placed a manila folder on my desk. "This is what your pilots actually saw," he said. He left before I could ask his name. The folder contained photographs I am not going to describe in detail. What I will tell you is that they were taken from the ground, and the objects in them matched the radar profile I had spent 2 days analyzing perfectly. Over the next 8 years, I processed over 1,200 cases through the Blue File Group. I want you to understand the scale of what I'm describing. 1,200 cases, not rumors, not internet posts. These were officially filed military encounters, each with supporting radar data, flight recorder information, or independent sensor confirmations. 1,200 times, something flew over restricted American airspace, performed maneuvers that violated the known laws of physics, and was filed away in a classification system so deep that even I, with a top-secret compartmented information clearance, couldn't access the oldest files. The encounters fell into patterns. There were objects we called tic-tacs internally because of their shape. Smooth, white, oblong, no visible propulsion, no exhaust signature. They appeared most frequently over naval operating areas in the Pacific. They seemed to have a particular interest in aircraft carriers and submarines. There were triangular objects that operated differently, slower, lower. They appeared most often near land-based military installations, near bases that housed nuclear weapons. That detail stopped me cold the first time I noticed it. In the fall of 2007, I cross-referenced the Triangular Contact Database with the locations of American nuclear facilities. The correlation was, it was not subtle. 73% of triangular contacts occurring within 100 miles of a nuclear weapons storage site. I wrote a memo. The memo was classified within 24 hours of submission, and I was transferred to a different project. I was not the first person to notice this. A colleague of mine, a brilliant analyst named Sandra Okafor, had made a similar observation 3 years earlier. She had written a detailed report suggesting that the patterns of UAP behavior near nuclear facilities might represent a form of systematic monitoring. Her report was classified. She was transferred to a satellite surveillance position. I lost touch with her after that, but the data didn't disappear. I kept copies, unofficial, personal copies that I stored on an encrypted drive in a safety deposit box in Northern Virginia. I want to be clear that retaining those copies was a violation of my security agreement. I'm telling you because I believe you deserve to know the price some of us paid just to hold on to the truth. By 2011, the scope of what I knew had become genuinely difficult to carry. I had processed encounters involving pilots, ship crews, ground personnel, and multiple radar arrays simultaneously confirming the same objects. I had reviewed footage, and there was footage that never became public, of objects that moved through water as easily as they moved through air, objects that disappeared from radar not by flying away, but by simply ceasing to return a signal. I had read reports from other countries, not just our allies. We had a back-channel information sharing protocol for UAP cases that included the United Kingdom, Australia, and 2 other nations I'm not going to name. All of them were seeing the same things. All of them. And none of us were allowed to say so. In 2012, something shifted. A directive came down through classified channels that changed the Blue File operating procedures. Previously, our mandate had been to analyze encounters and assess whether they represented foreign military technology. After the directive, our mandate changed. We were told to assess whether encounters represented a non-human intelligence. Let me say that again clearly. The United States Defense Intelligence Agency in 2012 officially updated its classified protocols to include non-human intelligence as a potential designation for unidentified aerial contacts. I have never seen any public acknowledgement of that directive, but I sat in the briefing where it was announced. There were 42 people in the room. We all signed an additional non-disclosure agreement before leaving. The years after that briefing were the hardest, because I now understood that the question wasn't whether something non-human was operating in our airspace. The internal assumption, the one that the directive made official, was that something likely was. The question, the one that kept the most senior people in that building awake at night, was what that something wanted. And nobody had a good answer. I watched colleagues leave the program over the years. Some retired quietly. Some were transferred to positions with no access to UAP data. A few had breakdowns. One man, an analyst I worked alongside for 7 years, submitted a congressional whistleblower complaint in 2019. I don't know what became of his testimony. He stopped returning my calls. In 2021, the preliminary UAP report was released publicly. I watched from home, knowing that the report represented approximately 3% of what I had spent 20 years processing. 3%, sanitized, defanged, released only because congressional pressure had made suppression impossible. I thought, this is what transparency looks like. 3%. Then, in 2023, David Grush testified before Congress under oath. He described a multi-decade program of UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering. He described the use of non-disclosure agreements to silence witnesses. He described what sounded, from the outside, like exactly what I had experienced from the inside. I sat in my living room and I watched a man on television describe my career. And then, on February 20th, 2026, the President of the United States signed an executive order directing the Pentagon to release its classified files on unidentified aerial phenomena. I've been waiting 22 years to say what comes next. The executive order matters for one specific reason. It isn't symbolic. It isn't political theater. The executive order matters because it has a deadline. It mandates disclosure. And the files that will be released, they include the raw data, not the assessments, not the conclusions sanitized by 3 layers of classification review. The raw radar returns, the actual telemetry, the sensor readings. For the first time in the history of this program, there will be data in the public domain that cannot be explained away as instrumentation error or pilot fatigue. Because I know what's in those files. I know because I put some of it there. The case I want you to think about is the one from November of 2014. A Navy carrier group operating in the Pacific, approximately 400 miles southwest of San Diego, tracked 47 objects simultaneously for 72 consecutive hours. The objects appeared and disappeared from radar in patterns that my team spent 6 months analyzing. There was a mathematical regularity to the intervals, not random noise, not equipment cycling. A pattern. Something was communicating, or at least behaving in a way that was consistent with intentional, structured activity. 47 objects, 72 hours, in restricted American military airspace, and the official assessment was possible drone swarm from an unidentified foreign nation. A foreign nation that somehow developed drone technology 11 years ahead of anything our own engineers could theorize. Drones that could operate autonomously for 3 days over open ocean without refueling. Drones that moved at speeds exceeding anything in our classified aircraft development programs. The word impossible gets used too casually. But some things are actually impossible. That assessment was impossible, and the people who wrote it, they knew it was impossible. I've never been more certain of anything in my professional life than I am of this. The assessment was written not because anyone believed it, but because the truth would have required explaining why the United States government had classified this information for 70 years, and there was no version of that explanation that ended well for the people who had done the classifying. What the executive order releases changes everything. Not because it will tell us what these objects are. I don't believe the files contain that answer. What I know, What I spent 22 years learning is that the people at the top of this program don't have that answer either, but the files will prove beyond any reasonable dispute that the objects are real. After that, we figure out the rest together. The day after the executive order was signed, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. The voice on the other end was someone I had not spoken to in 11 years, a former colleague. Someone who had left the Blue File group in 2015 under circumstances that were never fully explained to me. He said 4 words and then hung up. They're going to redact. I've thought about those 4 words every day since then. Because he's probably right. Whatever gets released will be reviewed. Pages will be removed. Sensor data will be classified under different authorities. The process of disclosure, even mandated disclosure, runs through the same system that spent 7 decades perfecting the art of concealment. But here's what I also know. Even a partial release will be extraordinary. There are encounters in those files that cannot be explained by any domestic or foreign military program. I know this not as speculation, but as a matter of documented fact that I personally reviewed. The objects described in those files moved at speeds, executed maneuvers, and demonstrated operational characteristics that placed them outside any known technological framework. The people who will analyze that data publicly, the independent physicists, the engineers, the radar specialists who have spent their careers studying what is and is not aerodynamically possible, they are going to see what 42 analysts saw in a classified briefing room in 2012, and they are going to reach the same conclusion. I left the Defense Intelligence Agency in 2025. My retirement was early, technically voluntary, and in practice the result of a long series of conversations with supervisors who were increasingly uncomfortable with how freely I was speaking to people I shouldn't have been speaking to. I don't regret leaving. I regret only that it took me so long. I want to say something about the men and women who kept this secret. Most of them were not bad people. I want to be very clear about that. They were people operating inside a system that had decided, at some point long before any of us arrived, that the public was not ready for this information. That decision may have been made with the best intentions. I genuinely don't know. What I know is the cost. The cost was measured in careers destroyed, in families fractured, in analysts who couldn't sleep, and researchers who couldn't explain their own certainty to their spouses. The cost was measured in the 42 years that passed between Roswell and the first public congressional acknowledgement that unidentified aerial phenomena were real and worth investigating. The cost was measured in every person who looked at the sky and reported something impossible and was told they were wrong, and who spent the rest of their life wondering if they were. That cost was too high. It was always too high. Sandra Okafor, if you're listening, I need you to know that your 2004 report was right. I preserved it, every page. When the disclosure files are released, you will see your own analysis confirmed in the raw data. You were never wrong. I am now 61 years old. My children are grown. My clearance was formally revoked on my last day at the agency, which means I am no longer bound by the classified non-disclosure agreements I signed over the course of my career. I want to be precise about this because I know lawyers will read these words. Everything I have told you today is drawn from personal experience and observations I made during the course of my employment. Nothing I have described is drawn from documents I retained. I burned the drive 3 years ago. What I retained is in my memory, and my memory is very good. The next few months are going to be extraordinary. The files will be released, however incomplete. People are going to ask questions that haven't been asked publicly before. There will be confusion and denial, and a great deal of noise from people who have spent their careers invested in a particular answer. Pay attention to the raw data. The raw data doesn't lie. I've carried this for 22 years. There are other people like me, people who sat in those rooms, who processed those files, who watched the same radar returns and signed the same agreements and went home every night knowing exactly what the official story was missing. Some of them will speak now. Some of them won't. But the window is open, and it's going to stay open. This channel is dedicated to those stories, the ones that got buried, the ones that the official record doesn't have room for. If you believe these testimonies deserve to be heard, subscribe. This work continues because of people who show up and pay attention. What I've told you today is one case, from one analyst, from one working group that most people have never heard of. The investigation is ongoing. Tell me in the comments, when the Pentagon files are finally released, what do you think we're going to find? Because after 22 years inside that system, I have a theory, and I want to hear yours.
All right, for the last video, we have Area 52 direct communication from alien observers, Herman. Here we go.
My name is Tim, and I just re-listened to your number 6 podcast episode and was really interested and wanted to call. On February 21st of 2021, I was on American Airlines flight coming from Charlotte to Las Vegas. Either just before or just behind me at the exact same time coming over New Mexico was an American Airlines flight 2292, which you can reference. There is a UFO report over New Mexico on that exact date, and the FBI took a report. But while I was on my plane, like I said, either just before or just after this flight, I observed a white cylindrical object very similar to what you saw that looked like a piece of PVC piping flying. I think we were at about 35,000 feet, and this was under us thousands of feet, so it was probably 5,000 feet off the ground, flying in the opposite direction, and I was able to look directly down at it. It was very close to the Grand Canyon area. There was no wings, no propulsion, no rivets, no windows, and I reported it to the airline attendant, and by the time I got back to my hotel, there had been a UFO report filed with the FBI. I appreciate all you're doing. Keep it up.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of Debriefed. My name is Chris Ramsey, and today we are going to be taking yet another look at the story of William Herman. Bill Herman in the late 70s came forward with literally the most amount of pictures of a UFO, and not only that, the quality of the pictures were some of the clearest we've ever seen of a flying saucer. These beautiful silver discs being lit up during the day are not something we're normally seeing a lot of. Normally we get these grainy, blurry nighttime shots. Even today with the 4K cameras and the 8K footage and the night vision and the just all the technology on our side, we still have yet to capture such amazing quality of UFOs as the likes of Bill Herman. Now, Bill Herman had done a regression, and as many of you know, we kind of left off on a cliffhanger. He had Wendell Stevens, the author of Contact from Reticulum, the books that we are reading, and he had him on the phone, and he was like, "Oh my God, they're here, they're outside." And Wendell was like, "Well, I'll tell your family you're going to be safe. Go out there. This is just go do it for mankind." And he kind of hung up, and he was going outside to see this UFO. That's where we left off, and that's where we're going to pick it up today. But before we do, folks, quick word from the sponsors that make this show possible. This might be the last wallet you'll ever buy. I know that sounds dramatic, but I mean it. This is my Ridge wallet. Once I switched to this, I never went back. You see, before Ridge, my old wallet was a problem. It was thick leather. I'd carry it around in my back pocket, and if I sat down on it all day, my back would actually end up hurting. Plus, it was filled with a bunch of receipts I couldn't account for. It just felt like I was carrying around a brick all day. But then I moved to this. Look how thin that is. It's incredibly slim, but it still holds up to 12 cards, plus cash. You got this cool little thing back here, so you can just throw, whatever you want in there. Just basically no clutter, no bulk. And it actually forces you to be intentional with what you carry, which I really like. Ridge wallets are also made from premium materials like aluminum, titanium, carbon fiber, and they come in over 50 styles and colors. And this, well, it's the one I carry every day. One thing I genuinely appreciate, though, is the RFID blocking. Most modern cards have RFID chips that can be scanned wirelessly, apparently. And Ridge acts kind of like a shield, blocking those signals so your card and your card info stays protected while it's in your pocket. But here's why I say that this might be the last wallet you'll ever buy. It comes with a lifetime warranty. So if something happens to it, Ridge has you covered, no replacing it every few years. With over 100,000 5-star reviews, free shipping, and a 99-day risk-free trial, once you switch, it's going to be hard to go back. So for a limited time, our listeners get 10% off when you go to ridge.com/area52 and use code area52 at checkout. That's ridge.com/area52, code area52. And after you purchase, they'll ask you where you heard about them. Please tell them our show sent you. It directly supports what we do. All right, folks, we paid the bills. Let's get into reading some more of this Contact from Reticulum, the story of Bill Herman, but not only Bill Herman, his friend Tony, was it Tony Parker? I believe it was. Who'd also subsequently apparently been abducted by the same beings, and they said Tony was cool, we're going to take him too. All obviously sounds incredibly far-fetched, and I'm not my conviction level on this isn't extremely high. I do find it interesting. Obviously, these photos are incredible. I own the rights to the ones that you're seeing now on the screen, which still blows my mind, and we'll be making those available for the public in the form of prints and postcards and whatnot, so you guys can also, sort of hang that up in your office or what have you. But yes, this is an incredible story. Almost unbelievable. And when you look at the online videos that exist of interviews featuring these witnesses, or even the regression tape that's made available publicly, I don't know what to make of it. His body language seems a little off to me, but it's hard for me to tell whether or not that's something related to him being nervous about lying or him being nervous about the fact that he was taken by aliens. And both, if you were to ask an expert, would kind of look identical. So it does make it hard to discern. Nonetheless, we continue to suspend our disbelief as we delve into this story. Where were we? Like this video, subscribe, hit the notification bell while you're at it, while I'm looking for this stuff here. I think we were in the updated version. Oh yeah, he was given a piece of metal as well. This piece here, I'm going to bring it up on the screen. Kind of incredible. Once again, what happened with this piece of metal, we have yet to find out. So we ended off with the fall. By the way, if you guys are fans of this shirt, this is an Area 52 branded Invisible College. We got a whole collection coming of Invisible College merch, which I'm really excited about. But this won't be launching right away. So this is a bit of a sneak peek, but if you want to see the rest of the collection, let me know in the comments, and maybe we'll end up sharing some of that with you guys prematurely on our Instagram at Area 52 Investigations. Ah, yes. So we left off where he says, "I'm going on out. I'll call you later," as this UFO appears outside. He hung up the phone and left me standing there, dimly realizing that this was the first in ufology. A witness had just informed me that he is going out to meet an extraterrestrial spacecraft, a ship from another world, and I am to patiently wait for his return. I looked at the clock. It was 12:25, Charleston time. My worries had only begun. I immediately called John Fielding in New York to advise him of this stupendous event actually taking place as we talked. It was mind-boggling. I told him of my assurances to Bill and asked him to back me up on the promises, which he readily and promptly agreed to. He said he could be in Charleston by noon the next day if need be. He said he would call some friends for more backup if we needed it. I thought that was a good idea and agreed to do the same. My anxiety about what might be happening consumed me. I tried Bill's telephone number to see if he backed out of the opportunity or not. He was not too enthusiastic when it came time to go. Maybe it was only a sighting event. Maybe he had gotten some more photographs of the ship. We didn't have any night photos. The phone rang and rang, no answer. He must still be out there. I hung up my phone and went to the refrigerator. I ate and paced the floor in my house, wondering what was going on. Another half hour passed. I tried Bill's phone again. Still, no answer. I tried again, a half hour after that, and again, every half hour following. In between those calls, I contacted benefactors who had helped me out in the UFO investigations before. I found no lack of support, and within 2 hours, I could have backed up my promise several-fold. I kept calling and was becoming elated over the possibility that he had decided to undertake a longer trip with them this time, if he had gotten aboard. I was well prepared to put the plan in motion by 6 a.m. if I failed to make contact with him before then. At about 4:40 a.m., I received a call from Bill Herman in Charleston. He gotten home about 20 minutes before then and made a pitcher of Kool-Aid and a few notes, and had then made this call. Not the first thing I would have done after being dropped off by aliens. But who knows? Maybe that's exactly what I'd be craving, is a pitcher of Kool-Aid. He gotten aboard all right. He had followed the glowing object in his car, taking telepathic directions from the ETs to an abandoned sand quarry. There, he came to a stop and parked his car and got out. The now dimly luminous flying object approached to within 10 to 20 feet above the pit area. The dark silver object stopped about 50 feet away. It was slowly rotating in a counterclockwise direction. A circular halo of silver-orange light stood off a little from the undersurface of the metallic-looking machine. He became apprehensive and wanted to run, but he was unable to do so. Then he felt something telling him to relax, and he trustingly was able to do as requested. Then a beam of aquamarine light extended slowly from the side of the disc near the bottom, and he felt himself being tugged upward. He was determined to remain aware of everything this time, and he succeeded in doing so to a point, but then, despite his determination, he went through a period of semi-darkness, and then he was awake. So this is interesting. As you see in the depiction here, and this is March 18th, 1978, 3 years after the famed abduction of Travis Walton, but a similar picture is being depicted where he's kind of being beamed up, so to speak. I wonder, this must be one of the earliest cases of this sort of tractor beam effect happening to an abductee. Aquamarine was also the color, I think, the blue light that he remembered initially from his first abduction experience. He was lying down on the same table as before, and the flashing of the bar of lights above was slowing down. 3 of those same extraterrestrial beings were standing by him, just to his right. Immediately, he recognized them. They were the same ones he had seen before. He tried to sit up, but couldn't. He still felt disoriented. He lay there a moment, and just as he started to ask about this confusion, everything came into focus and he recovered complete normality again. The one who seemed to be in charge mentioned for him to sit up, and then he spoke. Bill could hear him clearly, but his lips didn't move. Herman noticed a small emblem on the left breast of his one-piece suede-like suit. It looked like a serpent standing on its tail with wings. The voice was very similar. These were the same occupants as those of the 18 March 1978 abduction. He felt relieved. Oh, hold on. So this depiction is of the 18th of March. I see. Okay. He wanted to hold everything there and demand an explanation. He experienced a surge of hysteria as he thought, no one will ever believe this. No one. The voice of the leader relaxed and calmed him down. After much time, we meet again. We have initiated this contact for reasons and will explain. Come. You may be at ease. We trust the air you breathe is adequate and you are acceptant of our presence. In this you have shown indication and promise. Bill looked around. Everything was the same as before. The bar of lights, the curved walls, the examining table, the doorway. But the box on wheels was missing and nowhere to be seen. That was the only thing that was different. He thought to himself, this must be the same object, and to his surprise, the leader said, yes, this is the same vehicle as before, assigned to this geographical sector. We will be traveling for a short amount of time together. We trust the time and the experience will not upset or disturb your activities. We did not come at a disagreeable time. We thought it was agreeable. Could you imagine for a second if this is real? Like, how would you react in this scenario? I suppose, you kind of asked for it, so you've got no choice but to play along. We walked out of the room into the hallway and turned left. Everything was the same. The walls, the floors, the lighting, everything. We walked into the control center, and the room occupied by the 3 other individuals. It was alive with activity. I walked toward the checkerboard of flashing lights. The blocks of the checkerboard were comprised of hundreds of little dots, raised and forming a square. The knobs and levers seemed to consist of plexiglass material, almost crystal in appearance. The tracks the chairs were on were similar to aluminum, and the tubular instrument looked like crystal and copper combined together. I looked all around the room and was amazed by the organized and sterile-looking environment. Everything was so clean, so new. Okay, before we read on, I want to pause here and look at this little image. We have what seems like extremely high-tech equipment for the time, nonetheless still reminiscent of a 70s depiction of a science fiction scene or scenario. The writing above the door, as you see here, which might be addressed, looks, not dissimilar from the writing that he was sort of throwing down on paper during those automatic writing sessions. Their arms seem incredibly long, too, don't they? The scanning of the chest, this is something that comes up quite a bit, but I can't help but see this whole picture might be how you would depict this environment in that time. Now, either one, this is some type of figment of Bill's imagination for whatever reason, whether he knows it or not. 2, the aliens' technology is evolving alongside ours, which would explain the retro sci-fi look here. Or 3, maybe the aliens created this scene in order to sort of psyop our friend William here into thinking that this is indeed, some alien ship, when maybe the reality of it is much simpler or something. I don't know. All very interesting. Obviously, Occam's razor points to this is imaginative, but what if it isn't? It says here under the photo, after his first involuntary abduction aboard the extraterrestrial spaceship in a beam of coherent bluish-white light, Bill Herman woke up lying on an examining table with a bar of blinking colored lights above him, slowing down, and 3 very strange little human-like creatures in the room staring at him. They all were wearing one-piece dark reddish body-fitting suits like our winter underwear. He saw no buttons, snaps, or closures on any of these little coverall suits. Little beings were shutting down some machinery evidently used in the examination. He thought they looked a little like overgrown fetuses. One of them invited Herman to get down off the table and then took him on a tour of the ship. So Also, the rod he's holding is very familiar. The suits being dark orange fits a description that, Travis Walton famously gave. I asked Travis if there was emblems that he remembers seeing, and he said no insignia, no emblems of any kind that he remembers. That was one of the things I was looking forward to talking to Travis Walton about, was Bill Herman's case. And when I brought it up, Travis seemed interested, but to, I guess, maybe just a little, I don't know how to put it, but he's been talking about his own story for 50 years, and he almost seemed uninterested in everything regarding UFOs, his story included. I don't know. I guess maybe after 50 years, I'd feel a little saturated as well. The leader seemed to be watching my reaction. He spoke. We were very upset by the near collision with the Earth aircraft when it was vectored into our magnetic field. We were content no loss of life was incurred. We were impressed by the preventative measures taken. We as well have taken the steps to ensure the remoteness of a reoccurrence. The activities of our vehicles at the bottom of your planet were given much attention by those humans involved in the sightings and activities. We were rather amused at the explanations offered. I wondered if he was referring to the New Zealand UFO sightings, and thought to myself, I wonder if they know much about Valentich. I was very much surprised at the leader's next words. Yes, the pilot of the aircraft is safe with our network. At his own desire and wish, it is up to him to decide his return. Whoa. Is it Frederick Valentich, the famous Australian pilot, a young man, not but, I think, early 20s, who radioed in this large object that was following him, that was above him, and kind of a distress call when all of a sudden he went missing and his plane was never to be found again. Case opened and never closed. The story of Frederick Valentich is haunting, especially when you hear the tape. There's also this depiction in Close Encounters of the Third Kind, as near the end of the movie, there are a bunch of people sort of taken out of this flying saucer, and they seem to be dressed up as like young pilots, but time hasn't moved for them, and I wonder if one of those might be representing Valentich, but who knows? So this is Bill Herman, by the way. This is Bill Herman's thoughts that the being was reading. This isn't Wendell Stevens. So Bill Herman was very much aware of UFO lore, I suppose, at least as much as knowing the story of Fred Valentich here. So that does raise a little flag, I suppose. 1,000 questions filled my thoughts. Your questions are many. Do you wish them all answered? Do you wish rather to see once again the instruments and machinery that exists within this craft? You are free to go wherever you wish to go. Your questions are compounded with your attempt at comprehension. Very promising, very indicative of your abilities. What does that mean? Your questions are compounded with your attempt at comparison. Sounds very poetic. After about 20 minutes, we left the room, I was told, was the navigational area. The leader reached out and touched the scroll-like transparent sheets. He raised a sheet and placed it up against the screen. A cluster of multitudes of stars was visible in 3D effect. This is your solar system, your Milky Way. These are your planets. This is your Earth. He touched a colored button, and the 3D image was blown up. The Earth was transparent, and the land masses, oceans, lakes, rivers, visible. I was astounded. Another touch, and cities were visible in the screen, like flickering lights of candles. He moved the sheets, and then another cluster and multitude of stars was visible. He motioned to the left of the sheet. The source of our origin, you humans call reticulum, is situated as a small diamond of stars midway between Canopus and Carina and Achenar and Eridanus. Well, Eridanus is that star that we talked about with that whistleblower. The 65,000 humans that were taken to a separate planet as a bit of a test from, our creators, as it were. There are 5 stars in the constellation Reticulum. We come from 2 of them. A supernova implosion occurred eons ago, with implications cataclysmic in proportion. A similar implosion has been observed by human astronomers in recent months. We too observed its movement. Come, we will be meeting friends shortly. Friends? Excuse me? We walked out of the room and proceeded back to the control center. Another occupant walked past us in the opposite direction. He seemed to be going about his business. I looked back at him and my eyes fell on his shoes. The shoes seemed pullover boots, a cross between sneakers and boots. No laces, no zippers, just pullover boots, pants tucked into the top, military style. The same held true for the leader and the others. As we walked into the control room, the checkerboard was solid silver in color. The leader motioned me to the desk on the right of the panel. Crossed between a TV screen and an open window was located in the center of the desk. The starlit sky was visible, and a silver disk of light moved closer into view. It was another object, like this, in flight. Only it looked much larger, immense. The leader spoke matter-of-factly. Below you, you will observe a rendezvous with a similar observance vehicle. It has come from an area you call South America. You will immediately perceive its size differential. It is conducting experiments in hydrodynamics at a location called the Salado River. Humans in the city of Rosario observed the ship on an experiment testing activity. It was only observed for a brief moment of time, and the sighting will soon be forgotten, probably identified and explained as an aircraft from the area of Santa Fe. Wait, what year was this? 78? I'll be right back. Well, just so happens that in the auction that I previously talked about in the last episode, I purchased a lot of these photos. There was one from Santa Fe. Now, Santa Fe, Argentina, 1977. And, sure enough, looks like one of those top hat UFOs, something that actually showed up quite a few times in several photos that I have. Very interesting indeed. Also really cool that there's like this 3D sort of effect that he keeps talking about with the console. I don't know if that's too far ahead of, it's late 70s, early 80s. I mean, Isaac Asimov has pretty much rounded all the corners in terms of what's possible in science fiction. So this is nothing new in terms of an idea. Amazed by the information he told me, I looked at the size of the ship and its shape. The stars moved slowly past, almost at a crawl, as the two objects continued on. By two, I mean the one I stood in and this larger disk. The leader then walked a few steps behind me and moved a chair just behind me, seemingly for my comfort, and I nodded, thanks, and sat down. In vain, or so it seemed, I asked once again, why show me? If you only knew how many others wish to see and confirm the things I see. And I was just cut off, not rudely, but patiently, almost with graciousness. We have initiated this contact with you for the benefit of those interested. Your request to be placed near your associate is considered inappropriate. Perhaps at a later date. Yes, we will continue our contact with you by way of direct observance procedures, meaning face-to-face contact as now. As I said before, you manifest patience and deliberation, qualities acceptable to the network. You must, however, guard your actions. There are those operatives within your investigative organizations who work for the suppression, who work not for your benefit, but solely for your demise. They seek in vain to destroy any chance or hope of contact. You encountered those operatives when the bar was carried by you to your associate. We were unable to ensure his safety, and you, by your deliberation, ensured yours. And the information you received, the intersectional data, was preliminary to much more to come. You will be a benefit, a factor in future preparations. By your actions and the safeguarding actions of your associates, you have done much to improve the continued possibilities of contact. It is not up to me, but rather will be left up to the network consensus. You do have our recommendation and support. Your associate, whom you talked with this evening, will observe our vehicles in operation at a later date. He will be notified. We have means to notify those we wish to notify anytime, anywhere. Patience will be his reward. In regard to the bar, we have been authorized to give solely and without favor to you. It, as was stated, is a gift of respect and appreciation. You are one of the few to receive such a bar. It has much value to us, though is regarded worthless to you, and when value is estimated according to your primitive measure of comprehension. To decipher the meaning is to understand our meaning. This all sounds, I'm on the fence here, because this whole, like, you're the chosen one type deal is a little convenient. But also, I want to know what happened to this bar. What's going on? Did we miss a part? Did we skip something? We're going to have to look into that after, folks. I wondered aloud where we were, and as if to answer, the leader spoke. There is no need to inculcate. Inculcate? I really got to look up this word. It keeps coming up here. Also, how good is Bill Herman's memory that he can recall an entire briefing from this alien? Oh, unculcate. Oh, you guys probably reamed me in the last video. I'm recording this before the other one's posted, so I probably mispronounced that one and butchered it. But we learned. And what does this mean exactly? Quick word of advice for anybody reading out there. This is good practice. If you don't know a word, don't pretend you know it. You're not doing anyone any favors, including yourself. Look it up. That's what it's there for. Teach and impress by frequent repetitions or values into younger. Okay. So just like to repetitively teach someone is to unculcate. It's a good word. I might use it from now on. Look for that word to appear on a podcast near you. Once I'm a guest, I'm gonna pull like a Jesse Michaels and pull one of these wild words out and just leave you dumbfounded. He does that, by the way. I appreciate it because I get to learn where I'm editing the podcast and I'm like, what the heck does that mean? My turn, baby. All right. Also, sorry for I keep droning on, but the whole like, oh, there are people who are basically within your organization, and like it all seems very convenient that you're like calling it. Like he might have people in his crosshairs, you know what I mean? Before and just noted, I'm still, you know, not judging. I'm just saying this also sort of lowers conviction a little bit for me, anyways. There is no need to unculcate. Unculcate? How is it unculcate if it's an I? That's what they're saying here, though, huh? Unculcate, yeah.
Inculcate.
Oh, no, inculcate. It's UHNG, sounds like. I'm not even kidding. If you write the word in, inculcate. Man. All right. We're learning. Just a quick little interruption, folks. These are now available on Area52.shop, our brand new Area 52 brass pens. They're very heavy. They have an exchangeable cartridge. So if you ever run out of ink, you can just simply swap the cartridge on the inside. I use this every day to take notes. If you guys want to check it out, they're only $20 and they're available right now at Area52.shop. There is no need to inculcate loss of memory in regard to this evening's occurrences and events. Is that the right meaning of the word in this sentence? Wouldn't it be incur? There's no need to incur loss of memory in regard? All right. I'm moving on. All right, I'm over it. A fact will be your ability to recall. Would you wish to observe the lights of your manned spacecraft center complex? I looked at the screen. Off to the left, you will observe what is called Florida, and there is your assembly area building. Toys that delight our interest. It is ironic that your space center is near an ocean. Where we come from, our operational vehicle lies near an ocean also, though consistent 1/4 of water as you perceive liquid. We will now be turning. I looked at the screen and I was able to see lights of a city below in the darkness. Then there was a motion to my right and an occupant stepped forward and bent down, looking at a set of lights in what resembled dials. Then the occupant walked over to the leader and both stood facing each other. I heard an indescribable sound. The leader looked at me and I turned looking at him and he spoke. We are being observed by individuals below who are driving on a roadway. I wondered who, what, where, and the leader paused, apparently watching my reaction. It was obvious. This turn of events was leaving me in a state of utter astonishment. He spoke up again. We will slow down so you can observe reactions to our presence. You may find it interesting. I looked down at the instruments as the checkerboard lit up and grew bright. The occupants in the room moved back and forth in an organized pattern. A slight humming sound was heard in an echo-like sound. I couldn't hear where it came from. Again, the leader spoke. The screen showed a Pinto station wagon in front and a Buick Electra behind it. Both cars pulled off the road. A lady was standing at the driver's side of the Pinto, and a man was standing on the driver's side of the Buick. The screen then moved up to a close-up picture. I felt less than 5 feet away. The look on the faces will be with me for a long time. The leader spoke. Do you recall such wonder expressed? We will now move upward. Notice the change in their expressions as we move forward. Observe the woman get into her car. The man will do likewise. Even though inside the object, I couldn't detect motion, sure enough, the woman ran around to the passenger side and jumped in, locking her door. The man calmly opened his door and got in, locking the door. This is wild. So he's showing Bill, and he's pointing to people that are pointing at the saucer, and he's like, look at their reactions, these humans. This is absolutely wild. This is kind of nuts. This is artist Jacques P. Drabier's impression of the scene aboard the Alien ET spacecraft when the Reticulian being showed Bill Herman a scene on the ground below them where their ship had been spotted by people in 2 cars who had stopped and gotten out for a better look. Bill was shown how to adjust the device to zoom in on the scene for a close-up look. This all seems very anthropomorphic to me, this technology, but alas, we continue. So the leader speaks again. A 2-foot scanning will show her holding the lockdown. The man will just sit and watch. A useless gesture on their part if we wish to direct observe. But this is not our purpose. We will now continue on our way. We are now coming up over your home state. I was then motioned to come with the leader. I walked up towards the doorway. We walked away, and then walked into the closet-like room, and the back door closed. And after 4 or 5 seconds, opened directly in front of us, and we were in a propulsion area. It was identical to the room I saw on March 18th, thus adding to my confirmation that this vehicle was the same one as before. I asked about the propulsion and was told that I couldn't comprehend it, even if it was explained to me in physical formula. A combination of gravity/equilibrium manipulation by electromagnetic energy mass conversion within a unified field of positive and negative particle beam fusion based on principles beyond your present technological capability, he said. Well, that sounds an awful lot like what we're trying to dissect here with this technology. So, points for Bill explaining the technology that he witnessed. We then walked out of the propulsion area into the closet-like area, and after about 5 seconds, walked out and back into the hallway. Walking back down the hallway, we turned into the inculcation chamber, the examining room, and I was asking questions about the energy used to operate the vehicle. The leader spoke quite emphatically. It is a paradox that your society loses energy resources. The multitudes of lights that use energy continue to operate even after the light of your sunrise. In that regard, your energy resources are many, but your scientists seem to ignore the most beneficial source. But enough. Our time together is over. I was motioned to lie down. The leader took my right arm, and in an apparent gesture of friendship, concluded our conversation. The transference beam will place you near your car. We trust this mutual exchange of information has been agreeable. Remember our words. Weigh them carefully. Go and rest. We will meet again. The bar of lights on the ceiling began flashing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There was an intense feeling of relaxation, and the next thing I knew, I was standing next to my car, and the disc was rising upward slowly. This is the bottom view of the disc. So there's this corona that did not touch the ship, this circle of light that was floating underneath it. Very interesting. And it had an orange-like glow, and the above disc was shimmering near bluish. Okay, and then it had flashing and spinning lights. Just a whole light show going on here. And what's interesting, too, is that you have the top going one way, apparently, like rotating one way, and the bottom part, or at least the three bell-shaped protrusions underneath of it, rotating the opposite way. And this is something, we heard from Udo Wartena. It's something we hear time and time again from a lot of stories that, there's this counter rotation that might have something to do, with the propulsion. Interesting. Well, let's see what Colonel Stevens makes of this. The other disc was at a higher altitude. Then the two discs maneuvered next to each other, and both then, in a blur of soundless motion, were gone. I stood there, all alone, listening to the silence. A feeling of relief and great thirst came over me. I got in my car and drove home. When I got home, it was 4:15 to 4:20 a.m. I don't recall exactly, but I called Wendell Stevens in Tucson and drank 2 pitchers of Kool-Aid, took a shower, and went to bed. I was emotionally drained. This bothered me. And that ended Bill's summary of the second abduction, this time voluntary, a trip which he willingly undertook to try to get more information. I myself was greatly relieved also, and was happy to make all the calls necessary to call off the arrangements made earlier in case Bill had an opportunity to stay longer. Much like Valentich's opportunity. The sightings and the telepathic transmission continued at a frequency of nearly twice per week, for some time. He also continued to receive the strange symbols in the alien written form by automatic writing, but was still unable to read it. During these extensive conversations Bill had with the ETs, the alien ETs, He never saw their mouths open at any time, even when they were talking, though he was sure he was hearing the sounds with his ears and not telepathically, which he was by now familiar with. He heard those sounds audibly, like surround stereo. We discussed the possible use of a translator device that converted their speech to our language and broadcast it through speakers, but he saw no evidence of any speaker system. He looked closer at the ET's hands this time, and not only confirmed the earlier observation, but added to it. They did not have fingernails. And the fingers seemed to be extended and retracted at will. Ew. Gross. The ends of the fingers were slender and slightly curved. They were articulated differently also, and although slender when extended, seemed strong for their size. Ew, their gangly little thin, long fingers can stretch out. Gross. The instrument panels aboard the ship did not have switches and knobs like those we are accustomed to, but more like touch panels. Ooh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Now we're talking about technology that's definitely ahead of its time. The meters were different, but more of a kind of moving waves of light in 3D. These instruments seemed to present multiple information in a simultaneous display. During the last week of August 1981, my co-investigator in an extensive UFO contactee case taking place in the western part of Switzerland was visiting the contactee and his friends and associates, again rechecking details and picking up new contact data for our record. Lee Elders was staying at the farm of Edward J. Meyer, where he intended to meet some new witnesses in that Swiss case. As the international director of an Arizona-based industrial counter-espionage firm, Intercept, he was covering two projects in the one trip. From Switzerland, he would go to London to bid a security project in that country. So we're talking about Billy Meyer here. This is interesting. At one point, in one of the long private discussions he carried on with Meyer, he asked about any perceptible change in the nature and frequency of the contacts Meyer was having with some beings who told him they came from a star pattern which we call Pleiades. We had already observed cyclic patterns of activity, and Lee was really seeking to find out where in the cycles we were at that time. Meyer responded that the contacts had been coming fairly frequently of late, but that there would be an interruption for a while. On the last visit, his contact had told him that their operations over Earth would be curtailed for a time because they, the Pleiadians, were going to a meeting in the Andromeda Galaxy concerning affairs in the sector of our galaxy, which also included our solar system and Earth. Only a small standby team would carry on operations on a very limited scale until the return of the delegation. Well, good to know. I'm glad we know all these things. You know, it's important so that we don't get worried when the aliens stop showing up. This piece of insignificant information stunned and amazed me when I heard it, for it so happened that while he was gone, I had finished up and delivered my extensive report, UFO Contact from Reticulum, a report of investigation, a 416-page hardbound book on a single UFO contact case taking place in Charleston, South Carolina, to the printer in Phoenix, and then, after receiving 2 more recent contact notes from the Reticuleans to Bill Herman, which seemed to be important enough to immediately prepare an addendum and rush it to Phoenix to be added as the last pages in the book, I had done exactly that, and the book was now on the press. Now it was his turn to be flabbergasted and astonished as I read to him a part of the second of those last 2 messages mechanically transmitted through a telepathic process to William Herman. That message was received in Charleston the evening of 29th of August 1981, and in part reads as follows. This is from the first book of UFO Contact from Reticulum. Data injected into lexicon. Network notified of data assimilation. Individual probe dispatch successfully implemented. Probe isolated from individual observance. Insertion into program diversification. Direct observance subject given Anbati status. Inculcated data forthcoming. cultivation of accumulated data implemented into network vehicle operations, individual scale increased, geophysical analysis integrated into current systems, protective measures enhanced accordingly, expedition to Andromeda stellar system approved by decision of network eldership, Earth operations discontinued for stated period. Whoa. Wait, you're telling me that Bill Herman had this message before anyone was made aware of Meyer saying that the Pleiadians had to go to Andromeda on like business? That's kind of wild, if true. That's kind of crazy. Also, the language seems very robotic and not unlike, Jim Peniston or even Jeremy Weeks. The translations of the transmissions that they've received were also quite sterile in nature. Oh, this is interesting. I'm interested in this. I like this. I like the idea that aliens have to go on business meetings as well. I think that that's very human of them, and I appreciate their humanity. I like the idea of a Star Trek universe, of a Federation being out there, with hierarchy and like oversight, and I feel like that's something my mind can comprehend. I'm also aware that the reality is probably far more complex and fantastical than I could ever put together in my little brain. But this is a fun way to digest it. This was truly astounding. The Pleiadians and these beings from Reticulum were both curtailing operations over the Earth at the same time, and for some time, and were both going to a meeting in Andromeda on affairs concerning this sector of the galaxy. Was this merely coincidence, or were they on similar business? There has been other evidence that both separate groups of ET visitors are aware of each other. The first of these last messages, received 4 days before the 25th of August 1981, contained the following. Data is integrated into a network lexicon, and implications involving the subject are determined. Conclusions are then transmitted throughout the network. The network communications with planetary, intergalactic, prevalent existing life forms is based upon universal and interuniversal committee. Recognition of interuniversal principles and organizational thought is directed primarily towards preservation of the evolutionary spectrum and advancement of the human civilizations. Whoa. These are things that were, oh my gosh, that is crazy. Hold on. This is 81? Is this prior to, this isn't prior to Jim Peniston, is it? Isn't Peniston 1980? December 1980. December 1980, but those messages weren't decoded till years later. So we don't know. Yeah. Well, it seems like this came first. So if anything, if untrue, Jim Peniston would have borrowed from this, but if true, this would be the originator, because listen to this. Advancement and preservation, the preservation of evolutionary spectrum and the advancement of human civilizations. This is the exact language used in both the Jeremy Weeks and the Jim Peniston stuff. This is wild. Wild if true. My goodness. Interference into the entire direction of the planetary scale of the selected planet is prohibited. All right, par for the course there. A violation concerning this interuniversal committee will result in the total eradication of the responsible life form. The penalty of violation is beyond reversal, rescindation, and compromise. The Pleiadian race has agreed, as have the Council of Dorado and the Horologium Assembly. The eldership and the other quadra-universal representatives are in full and complete agreement with all tenets of interuniversal committee. The forthcoming observance of network vehicles will be manifest. The network has monitored the progress of inculcated data and resultant documentation. More astounding to me as an investigator is the reference to the Council of Dorado and the Horologium Assembly, terms assigned after correlation by their lexicon, apparently other associated space-traveling entities like the network. So now we have at least those three known to each other, and also known to the Pleiadian visitors to Switzerland who are part of still another association of space travelers. When I asked Bill Herman what the Council of Dorado and the Horologium Assembly were, he said he did not know, but would try to get more information on them. When I looked in the star charts, I found that Dorado and Horologium are the neighboring star systems on either side of Reticulum. Of particular interest here, however, was the information that all three systems have an unusual percentage of G-class suns, just like ours, and thus could be very similar to ours. That certainly must merit a good deal more study by those more competent to do so. Bill was amazed to find that it all fit together in a certain way, which he only discovered after it was put together for him. This was a pleasant surprise to me as well. All right, here's some notes. I just wanted to go over the little bar here that you see in the picture. It says this small metal bar was delivered to William Herman in a basketball-sized globe of brilliant bluish-white light at 5:30 p.m. in the late afternoon on 21st of April, 1979. It was immediately preceded by transmission of a full page of alien symbols by automatic writing from the ETs. They said the bar was a token of their recognition of Herman's new Anbati status, which was not defined. Note the symbols and placements on top of the bar. So the metal bar was about 3 centimeters wide by 7 centimeters long and about 2.5 centimeters thick. It was slightly smaller on top than on bottom and had 8 principal symbols plus MAN recessed into the top surface. The 8 symbols were like star map symbols for the constellation Reticulum, except their layout depicted that constellation as seen from a point on Earth where they would be seen at zenith overhead. Ordinary star charts do not show them that way, because the zenith position would be over a point in the mid-southern hemisphere, for which we do not make star charts here. More details, an analysis of the metal, and a color photograph is printed in the original UFO contact from Reticulum by Stevens and Herman, copyright 81. Leader was the only one with a distinguished emblem, by the way. Fun note, didn't know. Oh. If you go to 12, the note here, it says, it appeared in retrospect that the ET leader was referring to a sighting incident near Santa Fe, Argentina, involving one of their ships on a research project in Rio Salada, north of Santa Fe. It made the Argentine newspapers and was finally explained away as an Argentine airplane operating in the Santa Fe area. What the witnesses really saw was exactly what they described, a 100-foot diameter circular craft coming from the north at low level and zooming up steeply. Unaware of that sighting, Bill thought of the Valentich disappearance in Australia and switched the discussion to that. So this could be, this is in the exact area, but this would have been maybe a few years prior. This is 1977. Final note here, it says, we have not found a UFO abductee case yet where the human abductee has reported feeling inertial forces while aboard a spacecraft in flight, though we can clearly see the flight maneuvers are rather abrupt. That's one of the things I think that baffles most people is this, that the gravity inside the craft is unaffected by the gravity on the outside of the craft or whatever. So stranger yet is the inclusion of Billy Meyer into this lore. Over here, let me grab this. Colonel Stevens is no stranger to the Billy Meyer case. This one here printed, I think, in 1978. And that was from, the infamous Billy Meyer, where obviously the only photographs to rival, I think, Bill Herman's would be Billy Meyer's. This one specifically. Now, you say Billy Meyer, and there are a ton of Billy Meyer photos that look absolutely ridiculous. And I mean, so far-fetched that it's almost, it makes you question not whether or not they're authentic. They look fake, 100%. It makes you question the motive and also why his earlier photos looked so good. Like, his earlier photos, you can take to any photo expert, and there is no explanation given other than that's an object in the sky. Looking at his later photographs, you go, what is this? A cake? Is this a joke? Is this a farce? So some would speculate that maybe something got to Billy. Maybe the sightings got to his own head after they stopped and he needed to, keep producing material. He's got over, I think, 900 contact case stories listed on some website. These ongoing contacts with these different Pleiadian beings. At what point, is it... It's just so hard for me to know because, you look at this stuff and you want to keep an open mind. And with Billy Meier, I keep an open mind for the earlier stuff. I'm not going to rule out, things get complicated. And if you throw the baby out with the bathwater, you might miss something. And many people are like, I don't believe Billy or I believe him. That's fine. If you want to put yourself in a binary situation, by all means do so if it helps you sleep at night. It actually keeps me up at night. I'd rather lower my conviction with the later photos, but then look into some of the earlier ones that were they were so remarkable. Unbelievable. When I say unbelievable, I don't mean it in the literal sense. I mean in the figurative sense. They looked amazing. As a photographer, they were just incredible to look at. Some of the best photos we've ever seen. I think one day we'll have to open up a Billy Meier case and look deep into some of the earlier stuff. The later stuff I could probably do without. There's a lot of contact stories with these, Semyaze and all the other Pleiadian beings, and it becomes just a little too world building, and maybe it's true. I don't think I'm ready to certainly suspend my disbelief to that extent, because it is, borderlining a really good fantasy novel. And although I'm open-minded, I got to start slow. I got to start by dipping my toe in the water. So maybe we'll look at that one day. And by the way, Billy's still around. He's somewhere in Switzerland, I think, still doing his thing. Would be awesome to get to talk to him one day, but who knows? We shall see. Folks, that's all I got for you today. I hope you enjoyed this little read-through. I'm going to take a look at this. There might be a part 3, because I do believe there is another part of this story which includes his friend. Because as the aliens told him, your friend's going to be contacted soon, I think we're going to hear from that friend. And I would love to see where the story ends up. And it's just sort of an unfinished story for me now. And I hope you guys feel the same. I hope you guys enjoyed this. I really enjoyed this story. And I can't wait to take a deeper look into Bill Herman's past. Folks, if you like this video, leave a like, all that stuff, subscribe, hype it up. There's a hype button if you can do that. I don't even know what that does, but surprise me. And I really appreciate you guys. If you want to see us on tour, this might be your last chance before tickets sell out. February 5th in Austin at the Paramount, February 20th at the Rialto in Montreal. Some tickets still available if you'd like to come see us live. Love to have you there. We got some amazing guests. You're going to kick yourself in the butt if you weren't there in person. It's going to be a good time. And I look forward to opening some more dates up soon. Hopefully I can confirm that with you folks. Check us out, area52.shop, patreon.com/area52investigations, and all the other links are below. Thanks so much for watching. Peace and love.
All right. So that'll be it for tonight's podcast. Till next time, I will catch you all later.